Hello, everybody. We're back. Satisfactory continues. We're going to be building a massive, huge, not the biggest, but pretty big, aluminum factory. I was having a look at different recipes and thinking like, ooh, there are cool ones to do with blenders. We could be converting material into bauxite. There's a lot you could do. But for our stage in the game currently, don't want to completely overdo it. Or build for the future that we can't utilize, right? We have to ultimately... I don't have blenders yet, so I need to still build with like refineries and things. That's what we're going to do. I also was doing a little prep. I think I know roughly where we're going to build. The idea was that we're just going to stay in the pink forest. So there's a bunch of bauxite up there. There's some out in the swamp. There's some a little lower down around it in the Titan forest. But my goal is to get all the bauxite in the pink forest, lay the groundwork, annihilate parts of the forest, build a big factory there, a centralized factory, and ship everything over. But we'll talk through the numbers before we commit to anything, so anyone can point it out to me if I'm wrong. And we'll get started in just one sec. All of my windows just completely closed before the start of the stream, so I can't see much. This PC gaming. Damn Cara, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Tim Harris says, morning from San Francisco. Have a great stream. Always enjoy the videos. Thank you, Tim. Good to see you again. And thanks again, Damn Cara. Those 5 have gone to Gilgamesh, Waterwitch, Midnight Tangent, Ryan, Samuel, Beard, and Notch. The very one and only creator of Minecraft. I'd believe it. He watches factory games from time to time. These things do happen from time to time. That's Mannerlords. And I missed it, but 85 God at the very beginning. Gifted 5 memberships as well to Johnny Holland, Scar8, Mohave, Jamie Ryan, and Swanee. A shout out. And Flutter Butterbutt. We got one back, guys. Was here yesterday and is here again today. Alright, nice. Sorry for the delay as well, as usual. Let's begin. Right, so I've got a bunch of missing windows. I don't have my stream little Elgato thing working, so I have to plug it in and out, because PC gaming. God forbid something just works when you plug it in. Gotta reset it every time. Camera setting resets every time. I don't know what to do. Still takes quite a while to load into this world, really. The other stream world doesn't take nearly as long. I guess there's probably more machines and objects in this world, which could be part of it. And it's still somewhat of a legacy world. Alright, I have that back up and running, so we're good to go there. There we go. Sorry, I hit the wrong button. And we'll catch up on... I made a little bit of cosmetic updates to the factory we built yesterday. This morning. Had a little bit of time. What am I missing? I'm missing one window that shows me people donate loads of money. Can't see it properly anyway. Or subscribe or become channel members. Everything, really. Alerts. Alright, I can see it now. Alright, whew, finally. Good to go. Have the wiki open. I guess we'll leave that open, we'll need it. And the save editor. Alright, so let's make a new to-do list. I've got a few little side projects. Also went around, by the way, and grabbed tons of hard drives, so we're ready to go on that front. I'll be looking for the sloppy alumina recipe if we don't have it listed again already. Oh, we do. Nice. Have it. That's what we're going to be using. There's another recipe that involves, like, sulfuric acid and stuff, which I really wanted to use, but I realized we don't have blenders yet. And to get blenders, you need, aluminum and stuff. I'm really close to the hoverpack. I'd like to get that before actually building the factory proper, so we might just turn on a few machines or something just to get the remaining alclad. I have 60 that I found out in the world, so... it's possible. And we're going to be building with the Mark 6 belts in mind. I've heard little rumors that Mark 6 belts are also bugged. I haven't tested that myself. I've used them a little bit, but nothing too crazy. Nothing like a big factory, you know, built off of needing 1200 per minute. People say there's issues with it, so that'd be a disappointment if that's true, because I'm planning to use all of the bauxite in certain nodes, and that is 1200. Bugged? I've just heard there's like rounding errors, kind of like the Mark II pipes where people say like you can't get full 600 all the time. Like it can work sometimes, it can't. I don't want to be redundant. We talked about this a lot yesterday, but you know, I've had instances where pipes are at 600 totally fine, and I believed 600 works, but the further I went into the game, the more slight errors I would see with 600 pipes, and I'm seeing that people have said the same thing for 1200 belts. It's like, oh, the miner is doing 1200 per minute, the machines are consuming 1200 per minute, the machines are all running totally fine, but the miner has some left in it. It's like not all getting out. And I think it was actually posed to that new community manager, I've forgotten his name, Michael, I think, or Mikkel, and they were saying like, oh, could we just get like miners that have 2 outputs rather than 1 output trying to do 1200, because they were saying like 1200 is just unreliable. So I don't know, it's all kind of rumor hearsay at this point, because I haven't actually seen that one for myself. Anyway, morning Darring from Brisbane, Australia, where it's 2 a.m. on a Friday. Nice, party central. And thanks, by the way, for the gifted memberships. Hey, Old Shaving Foam and Greg A, are you saving tickets for the statues again? Or is it worth using tickets to unlock the hoverpack? I think in this world, maybe we'll do it, because that would be nice. It's a big quality of life thing just to get that. But also, I've got 400 tickets. This world is much higher volume than the other one. So I don't believe I'll have the same problem, if you know what I mean. I was making everything in such a low volume in that world that it seemed... I thought it would seem really difficult to get everything done. All the statues, and then the final statue and everything, if you did it in order. Whereas people were like, oh no, you get loads of tickets. And I think that's normal to get loads of tickets, unless you're kind of rushing through and trying to make low volume stuff. So I would be actually okay with that. We could do that. It's a good idea. How much do you get? 200? Not bad. We have some aluminum casing. I have 60 Alclad already. Part of me does think, like, I'm pretty sure we could find 40 Alclad if I just look around hard drive sites. You know, part of me feels like, oh, save the ticket, but... Because I couldn't use it for anything else then. All I needed for is just the hover pack. I'll think about it. We don't need it right away anyway. I'll think about it. Good suggestion, though. Mark 6 works, but really not every time. Have one factory with a long manifold that doesn't work. Others work fine. Oh, that stuff's so unfortunate. I think what we just have to trust the game and build with those numbers in mind, hope it works. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. You know, what can you do? We'll try to work around it. Is there any point in storing screws since they aren't used in any buildings except the awesome shop? No, I always just keep 200 on me or in the cloud, because you don't need more than that just to build one awesome shop. But yeah, unless you're building awesome shops frequently, I don't think so. Right, so I said I would update the to-do list. I want to try and not get too distracted. So like I said, I ran up north and gathered just tons of hard drives. So now I've got 11 more, because I'd really like to get the one that we were missing yesterday for finishing off the SAM factory. I'll just drive, actually. It's more fun to drive. I often zipline, but I like driven. Although a to-do list would be good just to get us sorted. So, aluminum. Now, so the way I'm building in this stream series is we're building big, taking our time, trying to do it right. You know, not spending forever on cosmetics, but hopefully like making the place look decent, or complete, as best we can. Let's get off the road, actually. So this isn't going to be completed today. I don't know when it's going to be completed because it's quite big. So we're going to tackle it in stages. The first stage today, I imagine, will be clearing the forest and then laying the foundations, the initial foundations. I don't have to clear the whole forest, but, you know, parts of it for the foundation. So clearing the forest around the miner area and then foundations. I don't know if I need a train. I was kind of hoping I would use a train, thinking about it. But I'll show you the plan anyway in a second. But let's just say foundations. And then I would imagine it's probably going to be truck delivery. Floor, let's say. Truck logistics floor. Because there's a high volume of stuff coming in here. Then there's also all the water. We need a huge amount of water. water extractors, and then I'd say actually pipeline could be separate because that's how big it is. And I'm hoping we get all of that done today. So and maybe the first refineries. My hope is that we can at least get to the aluminum solution part. So that's the doing like mixing bauxite and water and getting solution. Now, one of the things I have to do first, before we can even do the to-do list, is I want to power... we don't have any power. I'm maxed out, apparently. I don't really understand how that's happened, but it has. And so what I'm probably going to do is disconnect the truck stations, not at the copper Caterium facility, but the motor factory underneath. And that will have a knock-on effect where it powers everything down. And then when I want to reconnect it, I'll just connect those truck stations again. The trucks will start moving again. Everything will be delivered and everything will slowly power back on. At the moment, what that place makes is computers, motors, and space elevator parts like adaptive control units, automated wiring, circuit boards, that kind of thing. So there should be a big enough container of all this stuff that I think we'll have it in our awesome dimensional depot for a while. But I can't afford... I didn't want to build a whole power plant now. I'd like to get aluminum first, and then build a bigger power plant with that stuff in mind, because we can use aluminum packaging to make rocket fuel and stuff like that. So this is sort of a necessary step first. So I don't like having to power something down, but we ultimately have to, I guess. Or I'll just be building a power facility that will become redundant, like super, super quick. So this might have a weird knock-on effect because I'm not exactly fully able to remember what turning these off is going to do. Are these all running on their own network, I wonder? Well, I got a lot off just with that one power pole. That it? That's like the power pole that powers this whole place. Well, that's fine by me. I just don't want this place having power anymore. Let's check the power network, I guess. What does OB stand for? Object, I guess, maybe? Or objective? Yeah, objective. Okay, that gives us room to play with. Power is all over the place now as well because of the coal disruption I had, and then the turbo fuel I think is acting erratically now because it's not the right recipe anymore. We'll leave it. So yeah, in the to-do list on the right hand side, if you hover over the question mark, it tells you like what the different command notes are. So it's just to get a thick orange text, I guess. So yeah, so I could talk through what the plan is there, where we're going to build as well. Like I said, I don't have it all figured out or anything, but I'll present you the idea. So this is my world once it loads. There we go. That's what we've got in it. That's the turbo fuel factory up there. We're over here in this long one at the moment. Right, we're right around here right now. Or we just stepped outside, so we're here. Bear with me because it is a bit slow loading all these objects. Right, so we have this biome up here. I'm not entirely sure what it's called. It's like pink forest, but then there's also a second name for it because it crosses over into other things sometimes. Map layers is what I'm looking for. Boom. Oh, that's actually not that helpful. Right, so basically where the terrain is like more bright than it is dark, all raised, that's where I'm planning on building. Like this entire area. Not covering the whole thing, but all of the bauxite that's up here. So I've got bauxite and coal and water active as the map filters right now. And the goal is to grab all the pure nodes, all the impure, and all the normal nodes that are up on this raised kind of plateau. And somewhere centrally, I was thinking maybe around here, build a big factory that takes it all in and processes it. The aluminum that comes out of here, I imagine, would need to be on a train. But to locally deliver the materials in, I think a combination of belts and trucks would be fine. I don't think we need to build a train up here, plus the train is a nightmare. The terrain is a nightmare. The other bauxite that's in the world would be the 4 nodes down here and the 3 out here. So I'm just going to leave them. It's still a huge amount. It's 6,900 bauxite. So surprisingly, though, it's not actually that many refineries. It's 34.5 refineries. So it's not a huge amount, but it is logistically difficult to bring all of that in together. However, trucks help with that a decent amount, although you'd need a lot of truck stations. So I gotta think about it, how we're gonna do that. Because I was hoping to use truck stations, and you could pull 1,200 out of each. So you could get 2,400 out of a truck station, if you can keep it busy enough. You'd need a big fleet of trucks, but I kind of like the idea. The green nodes are 1,200 per minute. The orange nodes are 600 per minute. The red, there's only one red node, it's 300. That's 6,900. Then we need coal. The coal amount is 4,140. There is enough coal up here as well. So anyway, that's the idea. Pink bamboo forest, yeah. My understanding, I could be wrong, is that part of it is the pink bamboo forest, like over this side, and then on this side, this is like called something else, because there's no trees and stuff out this side. But anyway, that's the general idea. I was just building it out in this. I hadn't finished it yet, but using sloppy alumina. So we'll need 57.5 water extractors. So the question is, where does that go? You know, there's a big lake here, but I don't think we can fit that much there. I could overclock water. I wouldn't be entirely against doing that. So I'm sure we'll have the power later. But ultimately, for the amount of water we need, it matches the amount of bauxite. So you need 6,900 water. So even just dividing that up on pipelines, like, it's a lot of pipelines. A 600 pipeline, we weren't afraid to use it. You need 12 pipelines. Quite a lot. So we're going to be building for a while. But this would give us aluminum for the whole game, pretty much. And then I'm saving the bits out in the forest and out this way, because I'm like, oh, if we get the other bits here, right? There's 4 nodes there, 2 nodes here, 3 here. You could build a future aluminum facility that uses sulfuric acid and a different recipe and uses blenders. So I kind of like the idea of doing that then in the future. But yeah, there's a giant amount of water here that would have been perfect to pump up through the waterfalls, which is also tempting. There's some of the water in the craters, but really this lake would be good for it. But this place is kind of covered. The factory here is raised. The water is accessible, but it's still not the easiest or nicest to get it out. But that's a potential, right? This could be a big pumping station here that has like 12 or more pipelines. To be really safe, it'd be quite tempting. Every refinery takes 200 bauxite and 200 water. So a 600 pipeline is great because it just fits straight into 3 machines. But I'm scared now of using a 600 pipeline because there's always issues. So it's tempting to just use something like 400 on a pipeline. You need a lot more then, though. So that way we'd need 18 pipelines. But every pipeline would serve 2 machines. One of the nice things with this setup anyway is that the 8,280 aluminum solution that you get out will go exactly into the same amount of refineries, 1-to-1. So they could line up literally in front of each other and just pipe 1 into 1 to make the scrap. I think you just need to be able to feed it coal. So that's what I'm thinking. I'll just catch my chat now in just 1 sec, although I was seeing little bits there. I'm gonna have this. Oh, there it is. That'll be scrap. So to make scrap, I think you need coal as well, right? Yeah. We won't be doing electrode. We don't have any of that stuff yet. Oh, actually, sulfuric acid wouldn't be. But anyway, we'll just do the standard one. Yeah, because sorry, that skips the alumina solution step, I guess. Mixing it with petroleum coke is kind of interesting. For 180 in, you get 300 out. We could talk about that stage, but I do like the fact that this is just 240 because it means the 240 coming out goes straight in. But there is potential here as well. Anyways, but yeah, probably just going to use this. So it's 120 coals. That's why I said, yeah, we need 4,140 coal to come in. So that plugs really nicely in there. This one wouldn't, but this would be 4140. And there's more than that in this biome, so there's about 5,000. So you could use the rest to power the trucks and stuff. There's oil nearby, is there? Yeah, an oil well. That is tempting. It makes the logistics much more annoying, though, to have to split things. But I think we're only going to get to the solution stage now, and then we can decide what we do to get scrap maybe next week. if it seems reasonable. Resource well. Yeah, there's oil up there. Is that up on the cliff? Oh, it is. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. It's covered by boulders, I think. Yeah. Turn it all into heavy oil or use a byproduct of some sort. Would be good. Alright, let me catch the chat. One streamer I watched had issues merging onto Mark 6 belts. Maybe it's to do with the merging and cutting and splitting then. Hello, Schecter. There's a huge crater somewhere in the desert zone. Lots of space if you want to be very tall without dominating the landscape. That's interesting. I don't really want to build too much in the desert. Not now, anyway. I have a YouTube series for videos in the desert, so I'm all tapped out of the desert for now. Is Satisfactory a long game? It's kind of as long as you want it to be. It's a creative game, so it's like, you know, City Skylines or something. It's like, yeah, just keep playing, keep building. If you're just trying to progress through it, it's still going to take most people, I would say, on your first go, between 100 and 200 hours, I would imagine. Depending how good you are at these types of games and how focused you are and stuff. Anyway, so that's kind of the plan. That's what I'm thinking. It's apparently a known issue, though. I'm not sure what the underlying issue is. Use a packager to get better throughput than a pipe. That's interesting. Alright, we'll leave that just for a moment. I still have a few things to get to. Did we get our next hard drive done? Iron pipe. Got it. Alright, finally. We were trying to get that yesterday for quite a while. No rewards currently unavailable. Wow, okay, cool. Yeah, I've actually picked up a bunch in this world already. So let's get the sloppy alumina. And let's just pick a few of these, and then these ones will roll again, I guess. Electrode, aluminum scrap. We just looked at that. Alclad casing. Anything to do with aluminum stuff right now, I guess, would be good. Before we unlock more milestones, and then different hard drives will roll for us. Pure aluminum ingot. Okay. The automated miner. I might leave this here just so that one doesn't come up. Aluminum beam. So gets steel straight away. That's kind of cool. I don't know what I'm going to do with all this aluminum. We'll use it, but it's just good to have it there. It's more just about getting to the ingots and then deciding how we carve it all up. Tempered Caterium ingot. You'll need coal for diamond later on. Use petroleum coke. It's cheap and better. Yeah, so the diamond I made in my stream world just before we finished it was up in the desert. I felt like we used a pretty good amount. We used 2 pure nodes, 2400 coal. Not that much, I guess. And then 2 quartz nodes. And we made quartz diamonds, or whatever it's called. Pink diamonds, I think they're called. And that made time crystals. It seemed like a really... Seemed like enough, but we still had loads left over by the end of the game, but I don't know. I'm sure things will change when I get there. Have a look. This one. I don't know. None of these speak to me. Because I don't like petroleum coke. Well, I'm just clearing it out because we have enough hard drives to roll all of these again, I think, so I don't really mind. So, how much power have we gained back? I should actually calculate how much power we're going to need. You gained back a good amount. We've got about 8,000 spare. And like I said, this factory is going to be built for the future. We're building it with belt speeds in mind that we don't have. We don't even have Mark 5, let alone Mark 6. But we're almost at 5. But that means upgrading it's going to be nice and easy. How's your day, Darren, in chat? Mine's been really good so far. Went to McDonald's. Got some nuggets and chips. Actually, why I was late today. Yeah, I don't really like McDonald's, actually, but I like chicken nuggets, and their chips are good, so just got that. I'd say probably about once a month I go and do that. There's a sloop recipe. The power augmenter. Doubles your total power. Oh yeah, you can get that in the MAM. That's a good point. It wouldn't make much of a difference where we are now. They only make about 20,000, so we'd only get 2,000. Although, if I had enough of them, you know, keep stacking it. The power augmenter really doesn't, in my opinion, isn't really worth it unless you're making at least 100,000. Because you could use those sloops to just boost maybe making more turbo fuel or whatever your fuel of choice is. Like if you stuck them in the refineries that are actually making the thing, you'd get more power out of it. However, once you get to a high enough threshold, then it becomes like, yeah, your best way to gain from a sloop is just to throw it into an augmenter. So I feel like it's a very late game thing, which is, I understand why. Hey, Jamichael. Hello, Governor. I don't have a ton of experience with it. Yeah, no, it's great to point out, though. There's just, yeah, in the last playthrough I realized, like, oh, this really doesn't matter unless you're in very high power demand and you also already produce high power. But it's certainly cool. I'm just heading over to the, well, I don't even have a name for it, but the SAM fluctuator site that we built yesterday, and then just have a look at that. Just wanted to touch on it, let people know that what's changed or updated. Now that we have the recipe, we can update the recipe in it and let it actually run, finally. And then we can go back to, we're going to go start the process. We're going to go up to the Pink Forest, start land clearing. What do you think, though? Trucks or trains? I know people love trains, but in the just think about it really practically. The volume certainly makes sense. We have such high volume bauxite that it warrants having a train. Definitely. But I just think the terrain up there is so awkward. Like, I like to build on foundations, and I'd be trying to, but the height's going to be all over the place. So I feel like it's going to be quite challenging to do a train. Certainly we're going to need a train to take the stuff out of there, right? All the ingots or whatever we decide to make it into. So we'll have a train eventually. It's just whether or not a looping train around the Pink Forest, if I could manage it, would be nice. Or you could do a lot of trucks doing the same thing. There'd be a lot, though. There's a truck, 1,200 per minute. How long? 1,200 per minute. Bauxite stacks to 200, doesn't it? Or is it 100 per stack? I feel like most ore is just 100, isn't it? I don't have any ore right now. If it's trucks with jump pads, if it's 100 per stack, you'd only be able to bring 4,800 on the truck. That, it just seems unreasonable, actually, then, for the really big miners. Because what's that, like 3 minutes or something? 4 minutes. The trucks would have to be coming in and out every 4 minutes for each pure node. I like the idea of it, but it'd be hard to manage. The train would be easy to manage, it'd just be hard to build. So it's like, alright, here we are. Oh yeah, I should turn on the thing. Added a few extra bits of lighting in here as well. Alright, so this place is stalled because we didn't have the recipe for the iron pipe, but now we do, so these two can just be set accordingly. Oh, I can't remember the rates. I think it's 1.5 machines, if I recall correctly, so both need to be 75. Go, it's accepting now. Looks like it's only a Mark 1 though coming in. Yeah, so I just added like more scaffolding and things around the place, just to, and then some lighting underneath to give some ambient lighting to the place. I think it looks okay. Some of the new construction fence around the place as well. That should be it. Let it come online. Flashlight. I feel like the flashlight kills the atmosphere. I know it's a bit dark and everything, but I kind of prefer it without the flashlight in here. I don't know. Just in this place. I guess if you need a flashlight, maybe I need more lights. Brighten it up a bit. But I like it. Kind of moody. Alright, we're back online. Hopefully at 100%. I'm glad that I got that recipe, because I was like, oh, it's so annoying if I don't like the idea of leaving a factory unfinished. $37.5, is that what we get out? Yeah. Fair enough, just a little dark on this end. Yeah, that's understandable. I'll be heading out now anyway. It's just to pop that in and make sure it's working. Love your videos, thank you so much. I wish I was 1% of the designer you are. Thanks. I feel like I'm not very good. But thank you. Alright, cool. So that's just going into Dimensional Depot anyway. And I've got more spheres since last time. So now I could maybe advance it even further. That's the alien power augmenter we're talking about. Yeah, so I've got the fluctuators now to unlock that. I want it. But I could go with 60 per minute. Or just expand the storage. I kind of feel like expanding storage is where I'd rather go. Yeah. Well, we'll keep an eye out for spheres as usual. Alright, so that's done. So let's get to it. We're going to go up to the pink forest and start building. Start clearing out the area. Going through our to-do list. So today, hoping that we can at the very least get to... I say at the very least, it's actually a bit of a stretch. But get to the refineries. The first sets of refineries. We're doing a luminous solution. That's like Picasso saying he can't paint. No, it's not. Look, it's maybe the reason I feel that way is because I see what other people do, and I'm like, wow, mine looked like ass in comparison to other people. So, what is it saying? Comparison's the thief of joy, to some extent. It's like I look at someone like Fluxo builds. I've seen his videos every now and then, or his builds, and it's crazy. Like it just looks so good. And then if you take it further with mods and stuff, I don't even know the name of the channel. I think it's like a Korean channel or something, but I think they're called Game Labs. They built like a nuclear reactor and stuff, and it looks insane. Everything's circular, you know? It's like, obviously, because you can't build circles in the game. So they just somehow did that with mods and stuff. They time-lapse it so you can kind of see. And it's like, geez, man, even if I had the ability to build like that, I wouldn't have the creative skill to come up with it the way they did, you know? So that's just... my feeling on things. But it's really nice hearing people say they like my things. It was kind of the same with City Skylines. I played City Skylines and I built my city and people were like, this looks great. And I'm just like, this looks like crap. And I kind of just stopped the series. They had good views and I just wasn't happy in anything I was doing. It made me feel bad, which is such a weird thing to say. But it's true. Compared to Kibitz, yeah, I don't really watch. See, I genuinely just don't really watch any of the YouTuber. I just don't have the time. For this game, but I'll see his thumbnails and stuff pop up, you know, and like, damn, that looks good. Or the one I did check out not too long ago, it's like the first minute of the video where I think he's still building it, but it was like, oh, I've done the control rod room or something for a nuclear power plant, something like that. And I was like, yeah, that looks really cool. Like the way he has a big tower with lights on it and stuff. I'm like, yeah, it looks great. I just wouldn't have even thought of it. Most of my builds are just like big rectangular things. And it's like the game does the heavy lifting. Because the lighting is really cool in the game, so it makes my builds look a lot better. This one was inspired by a YouTube channel that just puts out like ambient music, and they had some AI generated looking factory, and I was like, cool, I'll just build that. So, and even mine doesn't look very good. He still isn't done with that area? Yeah, I thought he does things in 1 or 2 videos, and then I only realized that it's like, oh, he's uploading this. It's the same thing. Like, he's only doing bit by bit. Interesting. That's what people ask me to do. But I feel like whenever I do that, the views are so much lower on the follow-up videos, so I keep, I go away for a while and try to do a full factory in one video. Right, so we just basically need to go up there, don't we? There's a turbo fuel plant through here, so we'll just use that to get up. You can drive from there to there. I just did it too soon. Oh yeah, I never finished the tower for this place. This is what I was talking about. Most of the water under here is fine, because the factory just ends at the corner here. So this is where the water extractors would probably go, and then go up the waterfall. Yes. This place needs to be reconfigured as well. Probably do that when we're working on turbo fuel or rocket fuel. About 57% of my time playing this game I spend watching videos instead, so my progress is absurdly slow. As long as it's time enjoyed. Alright, here we are. I might have to like mark on the map or something where each bauxite node is. And then like, I think the first stage should be clearing out the areas around. So I think most people were saying train, right? Rather than truck. It seems like train is the way we'll go. Weirdly enough about your cities run, the best part was you trying to figure out bus train routes. I don't know why that stood out to me so much. I just love it from an A to B. Yeah, but see, actually that's really a reason that there's a few reasons I stopped doing it. One of them was that I suck at the game. I'm not very good at like figuring out traffic. I only just got my license like a year ago, so it was also something where I'm like, I just have no experience in this area. Like I don't know what you're supposed to do to clear traffic, and I didn't have like tons of traffic, but certain things with the game then were really like not working correctly. They've since fixed some of them, which is good. Not that I'm blaming everything on that. But they added like modding capabilities where you could like add in all this detail, and I was like, sweet. And I just got like almost, I guess, so overwhelmed because I was trying to make everything look really good, and I realized every video is going to take really long, and I was just never happy with what I was doing. So I was like, I didn't plan on stopping it, but I was like, I'll get back to this, and I just never did. I probably will go back to it eventually. Right, it looks like I actually had a little road network here already. So there's one bauxite node just over there. This is for some of the coal. Oh, yeah. I actually forgot that. I forgot that this place uses some of the coal to feed the turbo fuel factory to make compacted coal. Right. I feel like as well, being in this biome, something I'd probably need to do is get some filters or something, because I don't have any protection. Even if I could just manually make some, that'd be good. I just have to see. Oh, you need fabric, don't you? I don't even have a gas mask. Mycelia to okay. I'm gonna need to do that because obviously this truck will just take me where I need to go. Because I don't want to be hopping around fighting all the time, you know? It'd be nice just to be able to survive. Oh. Yeah, so I guess we'll have to just get a little bit of equipment. I don't mind thieving some from down here. This place makes plastic and everything. I wondered, can we just switch stuff to make petroleum coke come out of here or something? Oh, there's fabric in here. Oh my god, yes. Oh yeah, cool. Nice. I don't know why I've done that, but I'm glad I did. The fabric. I guess it's probably for gas filters and stuff. Oh my god. Gas mask. Alright, make one of these, then we'll make some filters, then we'll be good to go for a while. Coal, iron plate, fabric. Coal. Oh, it's just up where there's coal. I'll just grab some coal, come back down, then we've got everything here for just making some filters. Darren actually made that staircase. I could just walk up there, but oh well. Oh my god. Alright. It's so interesting. I've been wondering where my stuff is. And there's a load of containers actually near the silica factory that I have as well. Full of things. But yeah, before dimensional depots, like when I went out to build a place, I would just line it up with containers and everything I need to build it. So I guess there's just tons of objects in the world as well that we can use. How did you know that, Orstout? Yeah, well done, Pass Darn. Not so well done here. Let's get rid of that. Sulfur and coal. Sweet. So I'm just going to steal some coal, and then I've got the iron plates. We'll just make the equipment that way. Probably be enough. You built it in my 1.0 start. Nice. Does it work in 1.0? Okay. Seeing some yellow lights now. Cool. Alright, just bang these out super quick. I wonder actually, could I... I do have manufacture. I keep thinking I don't for some reason. I could just sloop it. Hope I can handle that. Bonk, bonk. Iron plate. $700 megawatts, wow. Alright, cool. We'll just churn through all our fabric and stuff. Not all of it, but you know what I mean. Just some of this, and then I'll take that away, and that'll be good. We'll be good to go. Then I'll probably build a container, clear out some of my stuff in this inventory. Now we can actually upload it. Oh, so good. Just got that in the last stream. Get rid of some of this crap. Whoop, not that. Nice. Oh yeah, I picked that up at Gas Nobelisks at hard drive sites. I didn't know they were lying around, really. Thought they were nukes at first. I had to reduce the amount of generators due to the burn rate exchanges. One of the sulfur nodes went from being normal to impure. Oh yeah, I think you mentioned that. I had to truck in from another node to compensate. But other than those changes, it works great. That's good. I need radiation protection too, I agree, but I don't think I have that at the moment. Like, can I make those? I apparently haven't even unlocked the gas mask. Maybe that's why it got removed from me. I have to wait for this thing. Yeah, I don't have those filters. I don't know when you get them. I can't remember. It must be in the regular progression. Alright, we'll just wait for this. I'll just advance that milestone. I don't know why, I just don't like having it there. So, see if anything else pops up. Need to unlock it with tier research? Yeah. I'll just have to live without that. I know there will be some nodes that are going to be covered in uranium deposits. We'll just work around it. I'll survive. with some hardship, but it'll be okay. Should we make rifle ammo as well? I do have the iron rebar. What does it take to make rifle ammo? Smokeless powder and copper sheet. Might be good. Alright, anyway, that's out of the way. Not that it matters. Yeah, I would like to do this. I think it'll just make things go smoother when we're out there. Get that going. Smokeless powder. So I need some of this heavy oil. Oh, it comes from polymer resin, right. I could just change it to make some though, right? Yeah. And everything's just at 100% anyway, so it's not a big deal. Okay, so... Oh, right. So I'd have to go back to where fuel is being made. Change one of these. Well, one of them is backed up right now, so... Maybe we could just steal some oil for a little bit, just make some heavy oil, quickly make smokeless powder. I need sulfur and coal, that's here already, so... A little side project, but at least it'll keep us... Because I just feel like this will save so much time from messing about. Trying to survive. And I just make heavy oil. Alright. Heavy oil residue. And then that's gonna go into here and make smokeless powder. Sloop that, I guess. Just give me a little bit of ammo for a while. Any things anywhere? Oh, built a machine inside of it. Okay, cool. It's working. Heard yesterday you're using Infinite Nudge now. Any other months? Nope, just that one so far. Yeah, it depends on what other people are kind of comfortable with me using. I wouldn't mind putting other things on, but for now I'm happy just to use Infinite Nudge. Right, so can I turn off that gas filter one now? So how many filters do we have? 55. Another 50 in here. Coal, fabric will just burn through that last bit. Then I need... Just checking if I had it in there. I guess not. I have the rifle. And I have high-speed connectors. A big container of them. So I could make homing ammo as well to make life very easy. I'm siphoning away some oil though. So I need copper sheet. So I have that in here. I guess it doesn't really matter which way I face it. Right. Final thing. Rifle ammo. Copper sheet. Black powder. Oops. It's gonna be boosted. I think I've got the power for it. Oh, maybe there's high-speed connectors here. That'd be nice. Yes! Thank you, Past Darren. So good. So now we can sloop it one more time. Oh, but I have to unlock it first. So we need 500. Ugh. Damn. We'll get it soon. But yeah, need 500 of this first. Some of the high-speed connectors. That'll give me the homing rifle ammo. We'll just keep making this. Yeah, so this will be good. Make life a lot very easy. So we're going to go in there, chop so many trees down super quick, just use area mode. Get a little crazy with it. I think I'm going to try and build a train then, going around the whole thing, but I need to map it out with foundations first, so we're in for the long haul on this one. It's going to be a chill stream, as they say. Because moment to moment is probably not going to be extremely exciting. Oh yeah, sorry, I'm using the Sky UI mod as well. Cartograph would be a great one to add. It puts all of your buildings on the in-game map. Interesting. All right, I remember hearing about this, but I didn't think it was like out yet for some reason. Ooh. Oh, isn't he making a mini map or something as well that just stays on the screen? you have to do anything? Experimental is broken right now. Oh yeah, there's an experimental branch that you can opt into. I keep forgetting that. I want to do it anyway. It doesn't leave anything in your save file. Nice, that's so good. Love it. Oh my god. Model use at least 250... That's fine. Yeah, we could definitely use this. I'll just keep it there for a moment. We might load back in with that. It saves me kind of hopping in and out, looking at my world like this. Night. And we don't need that up anymore. Over here. I thought about infinite soup. I think for building the train, it might be good to have that. Because now we're going to be building a very long line. I don't know why I just did that, but yeah, if people are happy for me to use that, then I'll use it. Alright, one more batch, and that's what we need. Cool. Alright, so... Mammy. Ah, we have to wait 3 minutes. I know, I remember thinking maybe I put it in a bit too soon. But we have what we need. That's the important thing. Alright, well, you can just make it in there. But we can't assign this yet for a while. I just upgraded mine. Yeah, you upgraded through the MAM, don't you? Mandalore style map in Satisfactory, making one Lord factory. Over 6 hours today. We'll see. I really shouldn't. So we'll see. The resin wasn't the thing backing it up, it was just the heavy oil anyway. So it's all good. I can... Like, all these machines are just temporary anyway, right? So I'm waiting for the MAM to complete. What could I do in 3 minutes time? Maybe we could try to build a staircase. This was a blueprint. It's a tower wall, concrete, glass. Okay. Like, why didn't I fit? Maybe I ran out of materials. Probably some under the ground, but whatever. Okay, so foundation. I guess we'll... Okay then. I know it needs... Yeah, never mind. Sorry, I'm just getting distracted with different things. I was thinking, like, for a doorway... I do need to kind of get rid of... It needs to be here. Unless we... Is there any side where there's a full door? This could be the doorway, I guess. Wasn't a window. Or this one. Yeah, that's good then. I don't know, under construction or something. Let's see, stair. Tower stairs. Interesting. Every time I've built this in the other worlds, it's always the other way up the stairs. This is like up to the right. I always run up to the left. That's such a small thing, but I'm so not used to that. Okay. Yeah, weird. It's like it's inverted. Oh, at least now we can get up and down easier. And can I walk through here, maybe? Looks like here. Okay. Great, we can progress. Alright, good enough for me. I don't need to paint that stuff, we'll just leave it. Concrete wall with a door, maybe. Alright, cool. We can get up and down. It's a slight improvement. Auto link is amazing as well. This is where mods are going to get crazy. I'll have to decide what's too far. Plastic AI limiter. Right, so now I can get the homing ammo. Bonk. And then we can just make a bunch of homing ammo. I've got tons of high-speed connectors sitting around. Ooh. Give me the sloop out of this. Alright, cool. And high-speed connector. There you go. Make a box for this one. Yeah. Alright, great. Super easy, super quick. Right. So now, just made filters, just got a gas mask, just got a rifle with homing ammo, ready to go into the pink forest and not have to dick around too much. I guess I'll get those other hard drives done, huh? I have the rifle, yeah, thankfully. I guess we could just even leave that. I mean, I could even plug in all the high-speed connectors I have. I don't know if I need them for anything else. Because I have like 20,000 in a different container somewhere else for some reason. So, here you go. 2.5 per minute, I think that's fine. And that'll just populate my inventory now for a while. I won't pin it. It's not truly automated, I would say. The other thing was trying to get the higher speed. Could I do that as well? Oh, I just did a hard drive. I was gonna say the sorry, the higher capacity for inventory size for cloud storage and stuff, but I guess it's fine. That's totally fine that it's backed up. I don't want it to run forever. We'll delete this after a while. This is temporary. We're siphoning some oil away from a power facility, so right, cool. We're ready to go then. Might get rid of some stuff that I don't need. There's an awesome sink upstairs that we could use. Is this the wrong way around? Oh yeah. There we go. Nice. You didn't have something when you were going to research it, I thought. I think it was high-speed connectors, maybe. I don't know. Everything's done now, so... what would I... Oh, fabric, maybe? And then I found a big container full of fabric. That could be it. Came up here for a reason. Oh yeah, the awesome sinks. Not connected to any containers, so I'll just build one and sink some stuff. I just want to clear my inventory of something unnecessary. Because it's going to be full of, like, vegetation for a while. And I want the vegetation. The biofuel factory. Right, so just get rid of that. What else do we not need? Set of motors, that's fine. I'll go pick up the rest of those filters. Although 100 filters is already probably enough. In fact, I'll just throw them into this. Don't need those. The gas obelisks. Keep those for later. I don't know what I would need any of this stuff for, really. Throw some of that into the cloud. Some of it I found in hard drive sites. Or I'll leave it like that, whatever. Let's drain this and then we'll head out. Throw the residue into a box until it fills. Give more time for ammo crafting. Yeah, I guess so, actually. It's a good point. I could just build an awesome sink as well. I kind of just want... No, you're right. I guess I should. I didn't want, like, an endless supply of... I was worried about taking too much oil away, but it'll probably be fine. Probably. I'll do that. I'll make an awesome sink down there. Just let the polymer resin roll into that, and then it'll eventually run out when it burns through all my high-speed connectors, which I guess is fine, and then we'll delete the thing. Get all my sloops back. But yeah, so just before we go into the forest, I'll reiterate what the plan is here today. Just for anyone who may have joined in and wants to know what we're doing. So I'll let you guys know exactly what we're what I'm planning anyway for this factory so far. We did just unlock aluminum, and we haven't yet got any of the aluminum milestones done for the prerequisites. So I don't have blenders and things like that yet. So there are better recipes, or you know, alternate recipes really is the right term. It's debatable how better they are. Certainly for the amount of bauxite you get in, we could be using a slightly better recipe if you didn't mind providing sulfuric acid. But I'm going to be using the sloppy alumina recipe. So I'm leaving some of the bauxite in the world for the future that we might come back to. Out in the swamp and then in the Titan Forest, I think it's called. Because that could be used for more advanced recipes later if we want to do something kind of more creative with it. There's a really cool one where you can... which we still might actually use, using dissolved silica, I think, or dissolved quartz. And you can get more scrap, I think, that way. I might do something like that too. What a mess. Alright, cool. Well, that's going to get rid of that. Letting that back up is fine. Just wanted to take what it needs. Oh, black powder. We're out of black powder. Yeah. I have a container full of it, but it's somewhere else. If there's any here, we'll use it. But if not, then I'll just leave it. No. This place is literally like sulfur and coal central, but it makes compacted coal. So I'll leave it. There's probably enough. How much did we make? Yeah, we're still making some for a while. Okay, cool. That's fine by me. And you can take the rest of these, maybe. Everything's just full, is it? Yeah. I don't want this final bit. When that takes this 20, I'm going to dump this 12 in. And then we're out of here. Alright. Cool. Alright. Let's just get up top, and then I'll discuss the ideas. So, a little bit of stuff has been built up here already. I think 2 of the coal nodes have been taken. Possibly 3. So there's one here. I guess trees have started to grow through this area now. And then there's a whole road that goes all the way over there, and there's, I think... Oh, it's just 1 miner, yeah. So 2 nodes in total are being used. 2 coal nodes. Because the plan is to actually use some of these coal nodes. Alright. A safe place? Safe enough? Let's discuss. So, it's a very simple plan right now. Basically this. The aluminum pink forest. We're in the pink forest now. The bamboo forest and the pink forest. I don't know if they're the same or different. I guess it's the same, broadly speaking. But basically, this entire kind of lighter color plateau up here houses 6,900 bauxite, all dotted around in different places. My idea initially was to use a truck, but we'll probably use a train that circles around it, and picks everything up, and delivers it, I'm not sure where, but somewhere here seems to be one of the most flat areas, or like least impeded by cliffs and rivers. So building some sort of factory layout over this area will be probably good. So we need to bring in 6,900 bauxite. That's pretty simple, just many nodes, so a lot of pickup points. We need 6,900 water. Using the sloppy aluminum recipe, we get aluminum solution. Only in 34 refineries, 35 refineries, so not like a huge, massive amount of refineries. It's more the material that takes a lot to bring in. Thanks, Karito. Yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but the alien augmenter isn't really going to do much for power for us because we only make like 30,000 power. So spending 10 sloops to get 3,000 megawatts isn't worth it. You'd be better off just slooping 5 refineries that make turbo fuel, and you'd get way more out of it that way. Anyway, what would you say your favorite biome? Definitely the Spire Coast. I just think it looks the best. It has the nicest lighting gradient for me. It's like very high contrast and looks really good. Anyway, then the goal is to send this solution into the same amount of refineries to make scrap by mixing it with coal. There are other recipes out there, but it just seems if coal's in this area, why not use this? And also, the other recipes kind of dependent on things that I feel like better utilized later on. But we'll look into that. People did mention like there is the electro code one using petroleum coke or something after the scrap. Anyway. Maybe throw a radar tower down. Yeah, so I think that'd be a good call. What world am I playing on? This is not the Desert series. This is a my Update 8 world. It's called the Enlightenment series. That's just what I called the save at the time. I can't even remember why. With the Infinite Nudge mod, could you shift the miners across so you can put 2 miners on 1 node? I've never tried that. Is that a thing? I wouldn't want to exploit the game, but like I'm happy to use a few mods now for quality of life, but that would be a lot. But it's an interesting question. Yeah, I don't know. There's a node over here, so I could just quickly check. Just gonna type bauxite, but miner. There'd be 1. So you can infinitely nudge that. It's kind of crazy. And then can you do another one? No. Okay, well that's fine then. Yeah, good to know. Alright, so the first state, we've got the to-do list on the right-hand side of the screen. Sorry, I'm hopping around a lot, but basically it says clear the forest, build foundations, truck logistics floor. So we'll change the word truck to train. But everything else still remains true. I need to find a path for my train to move around, and I want the train to move on foundations. I don't want it on the ground. I'm too OCD about it. I'll be too unhappy with the curves and everything trying to get it right. So let's say train logistics. And then we have to work out. So ultimately we're still limited by the outputs. So that'll determine how many freight cars we need. And we can choose how it lines up at the various different places. But we'll probably even make a blueprint for it. I don't know if I can even fit a blueprint, like that many stations into a blueprint. I don't think so. I'll probably have to just do those by hand. Just trying to work out what we need. And thanks, by the way, for the super chat. No, we haven't unlocked drones. I've just finished phase 3. So we don't have anything in tier 7 or 8 yet. We said that I have some aluminum alclad, and if I could even just make some or find some, or we could buy some in the awesome shop as someone pointed out earlier today, we could then get a hover pack. I would like that before actually building the proper facility, but for doing the initial part, it doesn't matter. I agree with radar towers, so maybe we'll do that first. So we can find the bauxite. So identify where the bauxite is. That's going to be our first thing to do. Gonna put on some music now. They just had the game soundtrack on, but we'll just put some different music on for a bit. Maybe the Factorio soundtrack would be good for a while. I need to clean up the amount of windows and stuff I have open. And then I'll be trying to check in with you guys a bit more as we just more relax into building some large infrastructure, I guess. Alright, so what else do I have open that I can close? Discord. Ooh, Discord takes a lot. Adobe. Yeah, that can go. I really hate the Adobe Creative Cloud. It doesn't let you close it, and it stays on your system tray, and if you right-click it, like, nothing happens if you right-click it. It's not like you can go to your system tray and, like, go exit. It just doesn't close. You have to, like, kill the process. They shouldn't be allowed to do that. Like, Windows should prevent that. But anyway, it is what it is, I guess. There's always a million Adobe things running in the background. Creative Cloud UI helpers running like 6 times. Like, great. Like, what's all this crap, you know? 400 megabytes of nothing. Anyway, sorry. Just a bit of a random rant, and I pay for it. It's like, goddamn. Alright. Cool. Alright, I think we're ready. Ready to get started. It's gonna be a long project. It's gonna take a while. Let's do the first thing, which is radar towers. Can I build those? Oh my god, I don't think I can build them. I don't have radar towers. It's such a nice idea. What milestone do you get that at? Radar tower, satisfactory. Unlocked at quartz. Oh, it's in the map. Sweet. Didn't hear the trumpets. Wasn't there one thing I did say I was gonna get in here? Oh yeah, the upload speed thing. Yeah, let's do that. I don't want the speed, I want the expansion. Get that next though. Maybe. Right, build me a radar tower, please. Need heavy modular frames. But don't I have them in the thing? Might have to go set that up. Oh, maybe before doing that, there might just be some downstairs. If that's the case, I don't have to run back then. Hard drive, I'll check it in a minute. We actually maxed out all the recipes, so I'm not really curious what they are. It said like you can't put any more in, so then I just clicked them all. So I know exactly what ones are going to come up, if that makes sense, so I'm not really too worried about it. But yeah, obviously you don't want to leave them there, so. Just 1 minute. That's why I'm even more like, whatever, than usual about it. Completing. Right, so determining a route for the train. Now, part of me thinks that we could just do a single track train, right? But the other part of me thinks like, well, probably make it wide enough for 2 just in case. That you want to split them off eventually or add something to the same network. Because certainly this factory, which I think is just going to be built like over here, is going to be so high volume that you'll want a train to carry the stuff out. But that's going to happen. Alright, there we go. So, we're not dealing with the bits that are off the map. We're dealing with the bits that are, or sorry, off the plateau. We're dealing with the ones that are on. So this one is just about on. I might bring this a bit further south. Maybe, I guess, one somewhere over here would be good. Get you to come with me. Oh yeah, I need to take the ammo out of my inventory. Good to go. No, I don't have any train blueprints at all, actually. I could make some, but I don't know what I would even use. I guess junctions and stuff, right? But yeah, here I don't really need that. We just need to make a loop. Plus, they don't connect, so I have to put the tracks down myself anyway, I feel like. Or at least half the tracks. Do you need to go any further than this? Yeah, a little bit further over. I'll just keep building these because they're quite big and can go far. Alright, so radar tower can go here. Alright, that's a bit better. And we'll do another one in the west. So this will be Eastern Pink Forest. You not hop through that? Oh, man. Alright, so just build one more, and then we'll have a good idea of where they all are, and then we'll just start clearing everything as a path to each one. So that'll be laying the foundations. I don't know why the game does that sometimes. It's always so random. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4 coal nodes. Why? Why are they being green? And then you open it again, it's gone. Alright, so we'll head out to roughly over there. I'll just bring the power with me. Straight west, build another radar tower, and then we'll know exactly what we're dealing with. See, that's where I thought that was called a different biome, but is the whole place up here just called Pink Forest? And if we could find any spheres, that'd be good. Jeez. No, I don't have any moderators. I just use auto moderation stuff, and then I have access to it myself, so I can just find people out or ban them or whatever. Never banned anyone. I have a moderator in, like I used to stream on Twitch, and I had like 3 moderators then, and they're in my Discord. They're still around. But I just, 2 of them stopped being moderators. They're like, yeah, I don't really want to do it anymore. One of them still is, Bitmark. And, but there's no real need for it. Just, I'm not big enough. Nobody's out of line enough to warrant having one, like, properly. A more dedicated one, I mean. And I don't want one. You don't attract the type of people that need to be banned. Yeah, when I reviewed games, I did. Because you get people, like, when you're giving out opinions all the time, you do attract more contentious arguments. And people that get a bit more emotionally involved with things. So it's like, yeah, whatever. You know, I totally get that, I suppose. But now I just play games, so it's like, what's the big deal, you know? What is there to, like, get upset about? Just leave if you're unhappy, you know? Or whatever. But thanks, that's kind of good to hear and kind to say. Right, a bit further south than I would have liked, but this will be alright. We'll just pop it down here. Alright, so that is the Pink Forest covered, I guess, pretty much. 3 hard drives, 33 spheres, wow. I think a lot of my first shots missed. I think I was hitting the summer sloop, probably is why it felt like it took a lot of hits. Alright, I'll leave the resources on just for now, so that we're looking at... Should I employ that mod so we can see our buildings and stuff? That'd be kind of cool, so let's give that a shot. This is going to be stream 2. Sanat Puja. Wow, holy shit. 50 gifted memberships. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate that. Thank you. I remember you did that before. Which is actually something that reminds me... I do it normally at the end of the month, but I should probably make sure I make you an esteemed senator. Not that nobody ever cares or asks, but you know, they might. Yeah, I don't know if, and thank you, big smiley face. I don't know if you're in my Discord or not, but if you are, just DM me or Bitmark and say that you're an esteemed senator. And he can check the website. But anyway, it doesn't really matter if you are or not. I always just put it on my website just to remember people that were extremely generous. So thank you. I didn't even mute those things, but they're not... I don't hear them for some reason. Maybe it just knows now. You're overriding saves from another world with your naming. Oh, good to know. Okay, yeah, thanks. Thanks for the heads up. I'll be sure to not do that again. E for enlightenment. There we go. Not that it matters. I mean, the good thing actually is all my stream saves are up on the cloud, so, or Google Drive, so we could actually, they're still there. But yeah, that's good to know. Could have accidentally, that would be a nightmare if I called it like episode 10 or something. I would have overwritten. Oh, that's interesting because maybe this is my desert series. It could be possible that I'm overriding my old series or something here. Oh no, they were called ep rather than episode. Yeah, but good to know. Sorry for the ding. Oh, it's all good. Yeah, thank you again. Sanat Huja with the 50 gifted memberships. I'm not going to read them out. There's obviously too many people, but you can see in the list there, tons of people have been gifted. 50 people have been gifted memberships now. So thank you and welcome. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. I don't ask either. Just want to say big fan. Yeah, thank you. Clear. Yeah, thank you. Would you edit this live series into an episode-based video series? No. If not, would you allow someone else to do that? No. Are you planning to finish the game in your Let's Play series? If I'd like to. It's all about views. The views just aren't very. I hate to bring it up, but they're just declining really quickly. So makes it harder and harder. Like I can't. Like the last one is not about. I don't know. They seem to half each time. So it's like, well, can I go all the way to the end of the game? At that rate, no. But I'll keep going for a while, and we'll just see what happens. Alright, cool. My goal was to get to the end, but... Right, let's start with the furthest one out, and carve a path. So, basically, the reason I did this... Oh yeah, I said I was going to load into the... use the mod thing. But I wanted to see, like, how can we make a loop, you know? Which ones can feed the loop? These are all the ones that'll be outside. That makes the most sense, right? Just go around, like, in a big circle. Or even from here to there. This one can maybe feed into some station. Like, two nodes can feed one station here. 3 nodes could feed one station here, really. Maybe. As we loop around, we have to make our way down here. This could be on its own because it's pretty far out and it's pure, maybe? We also need to pick up coal, which could be done on the same train line, but just have different stations. Alright. Yeah, but yeah, let's just quickly load out and in. Going to, people recommended putting on 1 or 2 mods. So this one is called Cartograph. Cartograph. And we get to see our stuff on the radar. So that's pretty cool. Download. What was the other one? You guys said maybe the infinite nudge or infinite zoop. Used that before, so I know about it. Anything else that seems more quality of life rather than I don't want to affect the game too much. Even the infinite zoop one is borderline for me because it has stuff in the mam tree and stuff like that. I don't know. I wish they just kind of gave you the everything by default and you can just turn it on or off, you know, like a functionality mod. Hey, Mendicant. Thanks, Ethan. I'm not streaming tomorrow, no. Just Wednesdays and Thursdays. Mods always worry me, my computer's low end. Pairing normal impure would be very well balanced. Oh, that's true, yeah. If we could try that. Train interiors. Oh, that'd be fun, yeah, to drive the trains. Do you know what it's called? Oh, there it is. Train interiors. Adds interiors and first person to trains. Alright, let's leave it at that for a bit then. Apply these 3. So those are the mods I have. Oh, you can't see. These are the ones I have active now. Infinite Zoop, Infinite Nudge, Cartograph, Sky UI, and Train Interiors. Shout out to the people that make this, by the way. So good. Train teleport. There's loads of crazy mods in there. It's really cool. I mean, there's some really good ones, like efficiency checker. So it's like you can, without having to go over to the machines, you can see how they're running and stuff. There's cool stuff in there. Daisy chain. Yeah, to me, that's like too big of a change, but just to me. I would love to play like a modded run where I don't care anymore. It's like, okay, yeah, mods, let's just go. Let's just like really mess with everything. But this was a save file from an older series, so I'm just like, I just wanted to still stay how I envisioned. But like playing like with Satisfactory Plus or something where it's like, okay, now we've got new recipes, then it's like daisy chain, you know, train teleporting, I don't care. All of that stuff would be on the table for me at that point. Because I think it's super fun. The one achievement I'm missing is the golden nut statue. I could easily get it. I could just actually load an older save of the... What's it called? The world that we finished the game in. And I had over 1,000 tickets. I could just buy it. But I decided, like, I was like, no. The correct way to earn this is to get all the other statues first and then this one. So I wanted to pay all the tickets. And I'm at like 650 tickets or something like that, so I would have to just leave the game running for a while to build the rest, or... Oh, nice, yeah, our trucks are all waiting. It's so cool when they do that, because we powered off that factory. That was exactly what I wanted to happen, because we needed some extra power. Alright, so, pure, normal. I don't think it's going to work then, really, because this is pure. Yeah, the pures are kind of on the west. Oh, well, it was a nice idea, but yeah, they'll need their own separate stations. But different freight cars, so that's fine. Different freight cars, same station. It makes sense. So I'm here. All right. Oh, yeah. How do I see my stuff? Show cartograph menu. I just had that for a second. Show the original menu. Turn off resources. Okay. I know I'm blocking it a bit here. I don't think it's working, because it says it's active. Is there anything I need to do? Show buildings on the map. So, select, disable, enable, layers. So these are all the various layers, all the buildings, and what you can turn on and turn off. But yeah, it's not active for me. Like select all at the top. They're already on, though. That's my point. That's why they're orange. Select all, deselect, you know? Unless there's some that are off. So, production. Select all. Miners. Manufacturers, buildings. Oh, yeah. You're right. It's initializing. Sweet. Okay, cool. 32%. Does it do that in the background? He did say it would take a while to open the first time or something, so I guess it's just doing that. That's cool. That's all good. The other one will be riding in a train. And infinite nudge. We'll leave the train one till we either are down by my one train or we're building something else. Building our new one, I mean. Alright, so we're going to start over on the west side. So the first node is just somewhere out there, I think. Seems higher up than everywhere else as well, which is good. It's going to be difficult to find like a good line for a train line, a good height where we don't have to change it up and down too much. But obviously in this terrain, you're going to have to. But I'm picturing just bridges that connect things together. So the bauxite is out there. So I don't mind. This could come into like a place like here. That's one of the pure nodes. The other pure node is just down over that way. Got uranium that I can't get out of the way, which is also kind of annoying. But I need to find a spot for these three to all connect into one station. Man, the terrain is so rough. Like, everything feels like it just had to be a suspended bridge. The point would be there. That'd be an equal distance for all three to kind of make it over into, like, a series of stations. But they need to be stations that they can all feed into. Like, I need a lot of stations. So I have to work that out, actually, because each one is going to have all these platforms. That's like our minimum length. So definitely that's one group. 2 pure nodes. 3 pure nodes. 3 pure nodes. No, 2 pure and 1 normal. So there's 4 pure, 3 normal, 1 impure. I was trying to see if there's a way to make it like even. It could be 8 platforms, and we just do it by 1 miner to 1 platform. Or we could do just 4 platforms. Maybe build a platform on air connecting all 3. Yeah, I think it will be raised. By the looks of things, I'd probably raise it to this height. This cliff here and this cliff here are raised above this one, the one I'm on. So somewhere just like here. It's going to be coming from this direction, right? So it's definitely going straight west along here somewhere. Have to avoid the spires. It could go out and over a little bit, maybe. It doesn't have to look amazing, but I don't want it to look terrible either. It has to at least... I'll build beams and stuff that attach it to the cliff if it is going out over the edge of it. Just trying to think though, so how much storage is in a freight container? I have to look that up. $32 slots. That's not that much. And the other question I have is, does bauxite go to a stack size of 200 or 100? I don't know why I can't remember that. Something's telling me it's 200, but it must be 100. I feel like all ore is 100. 100, okay. So you can only do 3,200? Dude. I would need... Fucking hell, I'm gonna need so many... Oh. Oh, god damn. The volume is so high. Sending in 1,200 a minute into one is not even going to work. We need way more than that. We'll need a long-ass train. Or lots of trains, but I'd rather a long one. Acceleration doesn't bother me. It's fine. The 3,200 divided by 1,200 a minute, you know, it's going to fill in 2.6 minutes, so it's not good enough. It would have to be, we'd have to split it, and that'd be 5 minutes. Even that, to do a whole round trip of the whole pink forest, I don't think even that's good enough. I'm just wondering, how many containers do we have to fill? 10 minutes might be the number. Yeah, I think 10 minutes would be a good number. If we're only stopping maybe at 3 stations, 4 in total, including the bauxite plant. How long is the unloading and loading process, I wonder? Does it tell me here? That's the weight. And speed, is it? Yeah. I don't care about that. I just want to know how long loading... During the loading, unloading animation, the crane at the fluid freight platform will grab the container tank. Yeah. Trivia. Does anyone know that? Might ask, Copilot. See if it knows. In the game Satisfactory, how long does it take for a train to load and unload? Loading and unloading times for a freight car on a train depend on the type of resource being transported and the setup of your freight platforms. Generally, it takes about 10 seconds to load or unload a freight car. That's not true. It's definitely the same animation no matter what, because it always dumps the full container in. Although it'd be different. It might be different for fluid, but anyway, okay. I wouldn't have thought that. That's on the fandom wiki. Hmm. Oh, and I just remembered. They would have had to be split anyway, because you can't have the full throughput on a car anyway, so... Yeah. Time to fill is not in reference to how long it takes to... During each loading and unloading animation, the freight fluid platform blocks all in and outputs for 27.08 seconds. There we go. That's the number I'm looking for. So we could basically say 30 seconds is loading and unloading. So that matters, because if we have like loads of stations, that adds up. So 30 seconds. Because if the plan was to have about 4 of these, so that'd be 2 minutes spent loading and unloading. So that'd be 1 for these 3. 1 for these 2. These 2 could maybe just go directly into the factory. And this one. I don't even know where the factory's going to be. It's either that or it's this group of 3, this group of 3, and this group of 2 will be separate. So 3 stations, so 1 minute 30. Plus the 30 seconds to unload at the factory itself, which means you're left with... Yeah, 2 minutes wasted just loading and unloading. And then the rest is travel time. If that's 8... I don't think that would take longer than 8 minutes then round trip. So yeah, I think 10 minutes is the number that would be totally good. Which just means that... The reason I have written 300 here is because that's a quarter of this. So it means that each miner, a miner that's doing 1200 needs to go into 4 freight platforms. Maybe 3, but I think I'd play it safe and say 4. Or 59% for the initialization of the cartography thing. So 4 for a pure node. This is like the most hardcore I've ever planned anything. So you need 16 platforms for that. Just for the 4 pure nodes. Trucks are starting to sound more and more tempting all the time. Learning so much now, thanks. Yeah, this is that's crazy. Okay, let me just... The only other alternative is maybe doing 1200 divided by 3. Or sorry, 1600. No, it's 1200 per minute divided by 3, 400. $3,600 is the max you can hold. 400... Yeah. It would have to be 400. 400 gives us 9 minutes. A clean 9 minutes. If we're sending 400 into every freight car, that's an even... our 1200 miner would split 3 ways. So 1 splitter into 3 freight cars. Each freight car then takes 9 minutes to fully load. So on your round trip, yeah, you've got 9 minutes to get back. We lose 2 of those minutes to loading and unloading if we build 4 stations, which I probably will. So 7 minutes? 7 minutes to go around? I think I could do it. I think it'll be fine. Have we unlocked trains? I think so. Yes, yeah, because I have trains in this world. Alright, anyway, that was a lot of planning, but it needs to be done. So it's good to know what we're dealing with. Like, if this awkward terrain, high volume miners, 1200 per minute, you know, so... pure nodes need at least... I should undo this because I made some mistakes here. There we go. Pure nodes are going to need at least 400 to be broken into 3 freight cars. I was trying to think, like, could the other nodes be piled into the same cars? Probably not, no, because that would hurt the time. Yeah, so... so the pure nodes need 12 freight cars just to themselves. So that's 12 platforms. It's super fucking long. And then it'll be a little less for these ones. They could each just have 1. They're half the rate. Yeah, they'd be fine with just having one, because they won't fill up in that time. That'd be 600, right? So 3,600 divided by 600, you'd have 6 minutes on those ones. It's debatable. It's like, could you get around the round trip in 6 minutes? I don't know, man. Because it's also the acceleration and deceleration of a train that's going to have like 12 carriages on it. You're slowing down all the time. So I really do think like the 7 to 8 minute threshold is like, I wouldn't want to go lower than that. So they'll need to be broken up, but that slows things down even further. But they don't need to be broken into two. So this would be 12 carriages. This would be 9. No, 6 carriages, sorry. We're looking at a train of 18. And then for good measure, another one here. I like the idea of trying it with just one train. But it is like an insanely long station then. We need 20 carriages in total. Or platforms, because it's also the one for the locomotive to pull into. That's what they all need. So, total of 19 freight cars. 20 in total. Yeah, you could run 2. What would happen then, though? So, the train rolls around, it goes in here, and then it has to just go through the other station, right? Because it's not hitting those ones then. I feel like that complicates things, trying to divide it up. 6, 12, 18. Although it does work out, like you said, yeah. Each station has its own train. We need 18 carriages. So you'd need 3 trains if you had 6 each. 6, 12, 18, right? Because the time to get to and from is still going to be the same. But that would work. We'd only need... So that means 1 train per, like, area, basically. But they're all on the same rail. What do you think? Do that? So 3 trains on the same rail rolling around, or 1 train... So 3 trains of 6 carriages, so 7 in total, because the engine's at the front. So every platform would be 7. Or every platform is going to be 20. I laugh at that, but I mean, it's not that insane. But it just means 1 big train that rolls around. The benefit of that, a slight benefit, is that when you get into the station in the factory, it's just 1 train that does 1 big unload and everything flows out. Breaking it into 3 means we need 3 stops inside the station, inside the actual factory. A lot more moving parts to it that way. One big train. One big, yeah, I'll do a vote. Let's just say. So you've heard all the reasoning, I think. Okay, so I'm going to put a vote in the chat, but just before I do, very last time I'll just mention this again. So, the train's going to loop around this entire biome, right, in a big loop. We've identified, basically, we're looking for bauxite. That being said, there's also probably going to be coal on the same network, but that's okay. We could build a double track and it could go the other way. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about the coal. Anyways, so there's 3 nodes here. They can go into 1. There's like 2 nodes here. They can go into 1, and these 3 could maybe go into 1 as well. Or we could do, you know, these 3 and these 2, whatever. It doesn't matter. So ultimately, there's going to be 3 groups. If we do 3 groups, based on the rates that the high volume that's coming out of here and the size of the freight cars, it seems like you would either do this by having 1 train of 20 carriages, well, 19 carriages plus the engine on the front, maybe even 2, if that helps, I don't know. Do that, which means that our 3 areas that we're picking up from all need a big station of 20 platforms. Right, so it makes each substation fairly large, but you just build it in a line, we just have to find a space for it. Fair enough. Or we do 3 smaller trains, each one being 7 in length, right? 6 at the back and then 1 engine at the front. So 7 in length, 3 trains, all on the same rail, so we still only build 1 rail. But the factory would need 3 separate stations, because they're not all going to come out the same line. They all need their own line. So there'd be 3 stations within the factory. So you sort of pull into the factory and bank left, middle, or right, and then that would probably flow upstairs into another area or something. So it makes the factory aspect a little harder to deal with, but it makes the train bit less complicated, or the other way around. So we'll put a vote out there. People say you need 1 locomotive for 20 cars, or for 4 cars. I know that's like the optimal. I don't care about that. I appreciate it though. I had a train, an oil train, that pulled 16 carriages in my old, in this world, no, in the update 7 world. I never noticed any problem with it. That being said, it was on completely level terrain the whole way around. But I didn't notice any issue. I mean, if it's a little slower, its max speed is the same, but if it's a little slower to accelerate, who cares, really? We are cutting it a little fine with time, but I still think 7 minutes round trip is plenty. It took 6 minutes to get from Blue Crater to here in my old train line, right? So we just went like that along the bottom of the map and then banked to the north. And it needed to do it in 9. So I was like, yeah, cool. It took like 6 minutes 40 or something. So great. So I believe we can get around here in much shorter time. 85 God became a member and said 1 train per node. Huge train yard at the factory. No, I'm not going to do that. That would be annoying. One big central train that collects from several smaller trains. No. I don't have the space for that. That's too many trains. The vote is the vote. Did I spell length wrong? No, it looks right. It looks weird. Oh my god, the vote's like super even. Yeah. Thanks, by the way, for the membership. Yeah, 1 big train that collects from trucks or something would make sense. So I'm not going to build a train that takes from other trains. That'd be really messy. In this particular terrain. If it's out in the desert, it's like, yeah, okay. You only need to worry about the 4-to-1 ratio if you have elevation changes, because that ratio ensures you can climb at full speed. Right. Yeah. I'll try. I was hoping to pick an elevation that stays roughly the same out here, which is why I was going to use that as the baseline. I think it's higher than everything else. I like the idea of 1 big train. It would look cool, but 3 smaller ones adds more movement and life to the world. Yeah. Every 6 to 7 minutes that it would have to go around, though. So I feel like you'd still see it fairly often. But I do agree. I think a proper... So there will be a rail and also a train station coming out of the factory to carry the aluminum away. So that will be on a normal double network and probably go down into this area or something. How's our mod loading? We're at 85%. I'm just excited to kind of see it up and running. Alright, I don't know. I'm gonna give it 1 more minute on the poll, okay? There's a poll in the chat for whether we do 1 big train or 3 smaller ones. I'm gonna set a minute timer. And we'll come back here. I'm gonna hop in a train so we can check out this first-person train mode. Yeah, I'm leaning toward the 1 big one too, just for the fun of it. And if it doesn't work, we could always just then build more. How many does that have? That has 6. So that's what it would look like. It would look like 3 of those going around. Or 1 that's 3 times the length, pretty much. Interesting shadow. Yeah, in my Update 7 world, I have a railway that goes around the entire world. Oh, not the entire world, the entire west coast, basically. And cuts into several other factories. And that worked well. But I've never really built them since then. That Update 7 was a long time ago. I've only ever built monorails since then. How do I do... I have to look at the mod. I don't know what the hotkey is to get in. Oh, yes. Choo-choo. 30 seconds left. A little flickering. It did say, depending on your graphics settings, you might get that. Oh, I was hoping it would beep. a cool mod. Here's the third option, possibly. 2 trains both starting on opposite sides of the track and they arrive, travel in sync. That'd be... Oh yeah, that's what I said initially, didn't I? Or not initially, I did say like, oh yeah, we could have them going both different... Oh, I said that about coal. Coal could go the other direction. I'm not sure what that would solve, 2 trains going opposite directions. It's not about them waiting behind each other, there's no problem there. It's really just about like, do we want to build a long station or a short station? That's more what it comes down to. Looks like the 3 smaller trains is winning. How many we got? That's it. We have to call it there. 52% of the vote. 3 smaller trains. Platforms will be smaller, but the factory will be a bit more complicated. It'll look cooler in the factory, though, I guess, having 3 separate stations. It was a close vote, yeah. Alright, we'll head back up. Oh, am I gonna make it? I don't think so, actually. Oh, yeah. Biofuel always makes it. Alright, sorry for such a... Well, I'm not sorry at all. The planning phase is just going to be something that takes a long time with this, but... We can start clearing the forest now. We know how long our trains are going to be. We can plan accordingly. But it's so funny. I've never had to really like game all that out. All the trains I've built before. Never really thought about the max, like 36... I guess it's because of 1200 per minute. It's such a high volume that you can get out of certain nodes now that a freight car only taking 3600 fills so fast. And we can't fill it at that max speed anyway because trains will inevitably stop. But it just means like, yeah, you're filling in like 3-4 minutes. That the loading and unloading time actually starts to matter now. Never thought about it before, but it's cool. Alrighty, we're back to where we were. So, 1, 2, 3. So these are going to meet somewhere here in the middle. We need to choose a place now that's like the height that we're happy with. That, you know, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of up and down every now and then, but I want to minimize that as best we can. Certainly be easier now that our train is probably going to be not too long, so the acceleration deceleration thing won't be too much of a problem. Yep, this height seems good to me, so it'll be fairly raised on this side of things. But I'm thinking the station could go here, maybe. And it'll curve out to the left. I'll probably build it with foundations, then remove some of the foundations and add pillar support so it kind of floats over that. Can someone tell me how path signals work? Nobody knows. Path signals are advanced signals that are especially useful for bidirectional railways and complex intersections. They function similarly to block signals. Rather than occupying the entire block, trains can reserve a specific path through it and will only enter the block if their path allows them to fully pass through. This is where it's slightly misinforming people, because trains always take the shortest path. You can't actually have it where a path signal is blocked and then a new one opens up or something. It either detects whether it can go through ahead of time or not. So this is why the trains in this game are not, I feel like, not fully the way it should be, based on other games anyway. But generally the rule is block signals all along your segments of your track, a path signal before an intersection, a block signal after an intersection, from the perspective of the direction you're traveling. If you do that, generally speaking, everything will be fine. Also, you need to determine a rule. Whatever the length of the train is, that should be the length of your blocks, at least. So you can't have a block of like 6 foundations or 6 freight cars and then throw a train of 20 cars on it. You could potentially block an intersection then, so everything would stop. So you also have to just like set whatever the length is going to be, like it can never go longer than that, you know? But yeah, as Ethan says, and other people, path in, block out. But don't get confused about putting intersections down. Just look at your perspective going forward. Okay, path in, block out. And then when you get onto the other side, turn around, then you go path in from that perspective and block out. Some people think they try to put path signals all around the junction, that can just mess it up. Alright. Let's get the world grid of here. Use concrete, I guess. For now, be improved in the future. I think that height's probably good, and we can do this now. Now, we could... This is using infinite zoom, so I can go out, like, build a big square. Nice mod. Ooh. That's a problem. We need to go even higher. I was going to say that in the MAM, I think you can progress this mod to unlock stuff. This allows for 15 zoops, not just 10. When you have to have a split on your rail, you put a path signal on the entrance, and a block at the exit. Follow this rule and you'll be okay. And if you keep your trains the same length, or at least no longer than a certain amount. I followed that rule for a long time and it still broke down, and I got really frustrated. We were on a stream back 2 years ago trying to fix it. So many people had so many ideas. We were all... I was implementing it. It must have been like 4 hours, and I don't think we ever fixed it. Which is funny. But it was basically due to certain trains are too long. What did that need? Just some extra steel, was it? 30 zoops. That should take care of us for a long time. You can barely even see further than that anyway. There's 30. Yeah, good. Let's start from here. I guess I should probably make a blueprint, right? For this. Might make life a bit easier, but I'm just gauging the height. Making sure we're good for a while. And I think we are. That's just going to continue out in a straight line from here. And we get rid of trees and stuff. Yeah, we're obviously higher than that. No cliffs either side. That thing's way off to the right. Alright. Be our first stop. Or one of the stops. I didn't need to go that far. Actually, I'll build a blueprint so it can just look a little bit nicer. We won't go too crazy with it. I don't want a super advanced looking train thing with loads of things on it. Just something a little better than nothing. We'll be quick with it. Only got a blueprint Mark II designer, so... Mark II... Now, this gives us room on either side for rail. We can't put the rail down because they're not going to connect. I'll have to just do that myself. But we can just do it now just to see what it'll kind of look like. In my old world, what I actually did was I had the frame foundations, these ones instead, and the rails would sit on top of that. That looked okay. A lot of steel though, I suppose. You'd have this kind of thing, no, forget the concrete, but that kind of thing with the rails running either side, and then there was like a concrete middle to it. So let's see what you think. Yes, we built it. I just showed that. We just built a square with a zoop a minute ago. Okay. Then we'd have a regular foundation somewhere in the center. And yeah, I don't think we'll get clipping. Let's see. You could do... Okay, let me just see what it looks like, sorry. That's what... Yeah, see, I don't like that. And with a little nudge, you could probably get rid of it. I do like the little bits sticking through, but not really. I don't know, actually. Does anyone know what Etchy just asked? For a modded multiplayer game, when someone joins, will they auto-download those mods? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you need it pre-installed, but I actually don't know. So that wouldn't really work. That kind of defeat the purpose. I could just make it metal. Again, a lot more steel involved, but it might look kind of good. A 1 meter foundation for the middle and sink it down, maybe? That might work, actually. Or even a 2. Yeah, that could kind of work. I could still just make it a 4, but just raise this blueprint. So from the bottom, the concrete would poke out. I don't know if that matters. That looks actually pretty cool. Or even do this. It's a lot of extra concrete. But, you know, you wouldn't really notice that tiny bit of clipping. And that would complete the look, I guess. And then the rail sits on top. Now, the annoying thing with this is placing rail on this can be really annoying, actually. It has to be, like, really specific where you place it. So it might not be the best for quickly building things. This one's going to go here, right? Yeah. I guess it's not that bad. We'll be doing it in longer lines than this anyway, but it'll be like... Ooh, that broke. Yeah, this is the issue with it. Just won't let me even click it. It's just because it's aiming off in that direction. I guess so. Yeah, it'll be fine. Once I get the first one down, you just snap into it each time, actually, I guess. And it'll be longer than this. It'll be like 3 of these blueprints. That's what that will look like. Right, and we'll have another one on the other side, so going down the middle of this bit. If you wanted to get crazy, you could put a light on it or something, but I don't think I want to bother. We do have quartz feeding into the... what's it called? Dimensional depot, so you could maybe do like label signs the whole way across. This is an example here. So now we need iron plate as well. Make it like a bauxite color or something. Although, I suppose this would be the same blueprint wherever we go, but even just some sort of nice kind of glow to it might be kind of cool. It would only probably look really noticeable at nighttime. What do you think? Something like that? Or don't bother with the line underneath? And remember, it'll have another one of these, right? So this will be on top too. And then signals every now and then. That'll be our standard section, I guess. I'm okay with it. I don't know if it needs the lights, to be honest. In Designer, you can start rails. You can't start rails if the end is hanging over. Yeah, I guess so. I didn't know that. That's cool. Should the light be at the top or at the bottom, or just is it okay as a strip in the middle? Try with the triangular steel structure on the sides of the center. The sides of the center, a triangular steel structure. I'm not sure what that is. I'll put the lights on both sides. I'm just showing you guys to see what it looks like just once. Oh yeah, no, I'll be I'm not actually going to save the railway. This is just to see the look. I'll just put the railway down myself. So don't worry about that, because they don't connect, like you said, so. I don't want to use tricks. It's okay. I could just download a mega print if I wanted to use tricks to get bigger than this. It's all good. I don't mind using this side. Guys. Alright, we're happy with this then? I'm sorry that I don't understand what BA meant. Same cat as the one you're using. There is a triangular shape. It'll give more support, more realistic. So, these ones? The inverted frames and the frame ramp? I'm just not sure where it would go though. Can't seem to move it for some reason. What am I doing? I'm just building a blueprint for a railway. And then we're making an aluminum factory. Yeah, I would leave this just because of the way it is. Underneath it might make sense for like, I'll have pillar supports. So we could do that with them. Stick the frame ramp out of the side of the concrete. I don't know. I don't think it looks very good that way. At least that's just what I did, right? There. Are you talking about like that? So just to show it, I guess. Extra support inside. It seems like a lot of steel for very minimal gain. But it does create more cross parts, I guess. Add conveyor belts to actually move the ore and just have trains as decorations. That's funny. Like underneath is actually just a conveyor belt. I don't know. What do you think? With these or not? I would say no. I could lower the lights as well. I just don't think it's needed. I agree that more structure makes kind of sense, but I just think it looks a bit weird. I keep everything stuck to the grid. Yeah, I like to anyway. Yeah, I think it's... I'm going to overrule and say, like, that there's so minimal gain in it. That, yeah. Because we have to build a lot of this, and I don't want to be waiting on steel all the time. In fact, I should really just pull this out right now, and concrete as well, just to allow it to keep filling up in the background. Alright, we'll leave it like that. So, it's pretty simple. And we'll do the lights on the other side as well. I like the colored lights we've chosen. They're okay. That kind of color is fine by me. So just to be aware, I don't think that was like a bad idea or anything. I think it would look good. If I had tons of material, I would definitely do it. But I don't. Okay, just making sure that was aligned. Maybe have a walkway over the bottom of the rail? Nah, I'm good. If I need to move along the rail, I will just get in a train. I agree that can look cool though. You know, I've seen people where they're like, oh, build a highway underneath the train. I'm like, well, typically if you're driving, I don't know, why would you ever need that? You know, it's like one or the other. It's very rare that you'd need a road to travel along a train. Just use the rail line if it's in the same place to transport whatever you need, including yourself. So I get it as an aesthetics thing. It can look really nice, but it's like how I've been thinking about, like in future factories with the hover pack. I might just make like a tunnel, a vertical tunnel, and you go in there and just hover up rather than building staircases and stuff. It's like, yeah, staircases are cool and realistic and everything, but it's like you never use them really, because once you get later stuff, you're just floating around your factory anyway. So I do like the idea of building realistic kind of looking factories, but I do also love the idea of just like, what would it look like if we just made one for this world that would actually be functional? Like everything is there for a reason. And it's like, oh yeah, there's a container full of hover packs just in case, you know, as well. Alright, that's me spent for a little bit. But we could load up on tons of this material. And I will be building supports. Now, I'm just thinking, I could make the support here. I think I've got a blueprint for supports that would just work on this anyway. I might take from one of my other blueprints, that'd be quicker. I'm running the infinite nudge mod, which lets me vertically nudge. Yeah, cool. Alright, we gotta put down the actual rail. I suppose I could start on this. Does it make sense? What's this, by the way? Oh, that was my monorail. Oh, yeah. That's the one that's at that we were just driving inside of a minute ago. How far can we go? To about there. Alright, just gonna do this all the way down, and then I'm just gonna go grab the materials and just keep building this out until we get to our next kind of stop, I guess. Shouldn't a railway track connection in a blueprint have a mod? So that it connected automatically? No, that'd be a difficult mod to make. Because it's kind of at the foundational level. It's not like they designed it so that it didn't connect on purpose. It's like a technical problem. You'd have to place a building and it would have to then recognize connections after it's placed. It's not how the game currently works. It's not like it's not doable, but I'd be surprised if a modder could do it. Alright, that's good enough. Oh man. What did I run out of? Ran out of quartz crystal and iron plates. That was for the display sign, the lights on the side, basically. There we go, that's what we got. Yeah, I'm just gonna get this other blueprint really quickly. And then I should be able to put supports under it fast as well. Yeah, it'll just take me a second to remember the name of it. Why do I not use the permafly option? Because I don't know, that just feels... I don't want to, I guess. I feel like you're just playing the game in creative mode then. At that point, why not just play the whole thing in creative mode? That's just how it feels to me. I don't judge anyone for how they play, but to me it's like, yeah. I did the whole game without using any mods, and then just now we've decided, like literally just a few minutes ago, or an hour ago, it's like, okay, we'll throw on the infinite nudge mod and the infinite zoop mod so we can zoop further. All that's doing me is saving me time, but by flying, it's kind of like, well, do that normally I would have to set up power, or I'd have to set up fuel of some sort. It's like, it just feels like a bigger bypass, but I get it. If you just want to build, I would just play advanced game settings and just fly then, you know? I feel like you lose the perspective of the game if you're flying all the time. Sorry, bear with me. I'm just trying to grab this blueprint in the right section. Yeah. Got it. Alright, copied them in. They're my blueprints, but should be in this world now. Although, I think I have to quit out and load back in, or make a new one to refresh the menu. We'll just quit out. It says I have advanced game settings, but I actually don't. Or I never did use it. It was used on the save, or one of the older saves, and then it applied it to every save, and I was like, ugh. When I was testing something out. Thanks, Duraman. Appreciate that. Kind words. Yeah, because I know a lot of people just don't want biofuel and they just want to use it for the awesome thing. So this is still a factory that will work for you then, you know? That was the idea. What supports last? Yeah, I just wanted to build one just to see what it would look like, and then I agree though, otherwise. Oh, there is a mod for it, Autolink. Wow, that's impressive. That's crazy. I'm very surprised they can do that. And that they didn't do it at the coffee stain. It kind of it makes some sense because it's like it's all done in Unreal. So I suppose I'd love to. I don't know how to mod this game, but it'd be cool to do that. I've been working in Unreal lately, so it's like, oh, that'd be cool to like make my own. I don't even know what I'd make, but make something. Maybe try to do that thing I talked about where you have to like connect display signs to machines and they show the efficiency number. That'd be kind of cool. Anyway, let's see. So blueprints, SSP. These things, archway supports. Yeah, they're in blocks of 2, so I just have to separate this out into a singleton. Or like, maybe not. Let me just see. Oh yeah, they do fit. Cool. Yeah, we do too. So this was originally part of the, so SSP stands for Spire Stream Pipeline. And that was the top support actually. But this works. It's fine. Oh, it's pretty high up. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Put it in its own category so I don't have to keep doing this. Yeah. It comes over the edge. I don't know if I even care. Because yeah, I think for the Spire Stream Pipeline, what I did was I got something like this. Or no, it was the sideways one. These ones. Fortunate thing is, oh, I can't nudge it. Yeah, and I turned it sideways and stacked them on top of each other. But I don't know, man. It's either that or just shrink them in a bit and save it as a new blueprint. Or just use a single one, like that goes under the middle. That might save on materials, actually. So let's try that. Customize it a bit. Yeah, so I've also got a blueprint for underneath a walkway. I have the... I love that you guys just call it the triangle thing. Where would that be? This is it. Support, steel walkway support top. There you go. You have your triangle things. Yeah? That one better? Use this one instead. And then it has the midsection. But there's a problem with it, so it doesn't work. And I remember thinking, because I didn't have vertical nudge, I wouldn't be able to ever really build with it, but now I do. It works after that, it's just the first one that goes down. There you go. Could also maybe get rid of that and do a big pillar support instead at the top bit. Don't know if that's better or worse or not. I kind of prefer it like that. Alright, we'll do that then. At least it's built for me, we don't have to do anything else. Alright, cool. Yeah, so every time we have something underneath that we can, or every several segments, then we'll do it. So I just need to get my inventory now full with all the stuff that we need for those segments. I'll empty anything else that I don't need. And we'll just come up and build a long railway. Railway segment A. Railway segment A, so 100 segments. 5, okay, that's a bit much. Although we'll probably need it, to be honest, eventually. Let's just change that to 50, maybe. So, steel, quartz, iron, plates, and concrete. So, we'll go make a run for that stuff. Yeah, and I'll just leave a container full of the other stuff here. Why not? Actually, I'll do it down at the turbo fuel factory, and then we'll get everything we need there, and then come back up. Yeah, I know where actually a bunch of stuff is. If I actually just head here, we'll get the stuff we need. Or if we've been indecisive. Just trying to remember what's the quickest place to get these things. Now I can just monitor when the dimensional depot gets full and then just pull that stuff out as well. Thanks, Kenrick. Oh, no worries. Oh, yeah, nice. That's good to be busy, hopefully, in some ways. This game is coming out on console. Will I review it? No. No. I don't do reviews anymore. I'm a big console gamer, but yeah, I don't plan on reviewing it or putting console games on my YouTube channel, really. It's mostly focused on PC. There we go, we have everything here. Do we have the steel, actually? I don't think we do. We've got steel pipe, but no steel beam. There's your black powder, by the way. Sweet. Whole container full of it. Ah, it's a shame about steel. Alright. Well, let me just leave a container here full of my stuff. Just don't want to delete it. I guess everything can go except for I just need my biofuel. Alright, I'm just going to make a run for steel and maybe some iron as I'm on the way. And then we come back and we can just hopefully build that out a bit better. Oh, I was right next to the biofuel factory. I could have brought that stuff with me, actually. I love that I haven't done one thing on the to-do list yet. Because there's just all been like so much planning, but it's been good planning. It's been fun. It's interesting, the scale of the build, so the planning is just like so important. But it's nice that we got a plan now. We can just put down the railroads. Still need to figure out exactly where the factory's even going to go. I don't know why you don't even want to play this game on console. It would be too tedious. Why would it be any different? What do you think would be tedious about it? One thing I like playing on PC with this game is like looking up stuff on the web really easily. But for the actual playing of the game, I don't know I'd notice any difference. Like, I've played Satisfactory with a controller on a laptop because I don't like using touch things on a laptop, and I was on a plane, so I was like, I'll just plug in a controller. It was great. Drawing a belt on a console? I don't get it. What would be the difference? What would be the difference? You can plug in a controller and do it right now. Okay, so you're just looking. You click with R2, drag, click again with R2. If you can't look at something accurately, that's on you, I guess. But I can look at things pretty easy on console, you know. Actually, I'm playing Mass Effect at the moment, and it's so annoying because you can't turn off aim assist on Mass Effect 2. You could in the first one. I'm playing the Legendary Edition, and I hate aim assist. Some people really like it or whatever in certain games, that's fine. But as a console gamer, true console gamer, I hate it because it pulls your screen when you don't want it to. I used to be a little pro MLG sniper back in the Battlefield days, and I'd be so frustrated. You're looking at something really far in the distance, something else runs near your sphere of influence, your thing pulls. I'm like, fuck no. But they patched it so you could turn off aim assist, thank God. And yeah, you get pretty dexterous with your thumb, believe it or not. Actually pretty easy to move your thumb relative to moving your whole hand when you're used to it. I remember the first time I was playing PC games, I was like, Jesus Christ, how do I aim at anything? So, it's all perspective, I guess. Have I ever played Rocket League? Yeah, I used to play it a lot. Just casually, just for fun, with friends, but yeah, I really like that game. Search function? Yeah, so the search function, okay. So, have you guys ever played a console before? Like, you press a button, your keyboard would open up. You type with the keyboard then. Well, I don't know, what's the big deal? People use that all the time. I'm not very fast with the keyboard on the console anymore. I used to be pretty good with it, but now I'm pretty slow. But now you can use the touchpad on a PS5 to just click buttons like super quick. But yeah, I play like Helldivers on console, and people write messages to each other in that on when they're, I know it's crossplay, but you can see that they're PlayStation players. So it's like you're in a firefight. You brought up the text prompt and typed in and kept going. It's like, okay, so people are doing it. You know, that should be enough steel. We need to get iron. Yeah, I can kind of get down with the typing in some games, but in a Satisfactory game, if you're looking up stuff to plan or whatever, you got your to-do list. I would imagine, so first of all, they're building a port on the console. I would imagine it's going to have different UI functionality to navigate certain things, right? You're going to be able to click over and like click between things, but you know, I played Anno 1800 on console. Civilization 7, well, 7's a bad example. 6 is on console, it's totally fine. These are complicated games. Crusader Kings 3 is on console. Not a problem. Input is not a problem. I understand though how one side sees the input as a barrier. I used to be that way on the other side. I was like, a keyboard, how could this be a game like good for games? And to be honest, it's not. But it's, you get used to it. Just as anything, you get used to it. And you get very good with it, especially when you're a kid. I'll take a little bit more. Right. Yeah, I used to be pretty fast at the typing when I used to use it a lot, but you know, I was a big console gamer up until about 2013, 2014, and then I really shifted over to PC for a while. Now I'm like 50-50. But I lost a lot of like oh my god. Oh my god. Oh. They changed the path of that, but good. He still flies over. For the most part. He used to fly straight through the middle. I guess he still does. But he curls in from a different side. Yeah, that's the other thing I was going to say. So, the person that messaged me on Helldivers, you know what? Thinking about it, you can input text from your phone if you have the PlayStation app directly into the console. So if you have your phone next to you, you can just type away. I do that with, I have an Apple TV, and it just has like a one-touch remote basically. It's like a button on it, one button. And when you're typing on YouTube, you can either speak into it and it works pretty well, or when you ever enter any text fields, like anytime, a notification just pops up on your phone and says like, you want to type it in here? And it's like, yeah, actually, yeah. That'd be pretty good. And it's instant. It's really cool when it works. It's never not worked. I was just really impressed with it when I first saw it. So there's a similar thing on PlayStation, and now it supports mouse and keyboard anyway. So yeah. But I would imagine they're building out a specific UI, as most games that have a console port do make some sort of usability interface. Unique user experience interface, I should say, for a console version of the game. And Sony have like pretty strict testing on their consoles, fairly strict. There's certain things you'd have to adhere to. They don't like games that can scale infinitely because they could tank the frame rate. So I imagine they'll do something like put in an actual object limit that you can maybe even see, or something like that. I could be wrong, but a lot of their games do that. That's why like Stellaris on console, there's like a limit to the army size, and on PC there isn't. It's like, yeah, just build whatever. But they know that if you scale it too much, you could not brick the console, but you could crash the game and slow the game down. And Sony don't like that. They have quality control, I guess. So it's great because they force people to optimize, but also, yeah, you know that most of the time, if you're getting a game on console, it's gonna be fairly consistent. Not all the time, but it's like, yeah, it could be a low frame rate, but it should be a consistent low. I forgot to pick up the other stuff. But anyway, it's not a big deal. We'll just drop this stuff up here. We'll go grab the other stuff one more time, and then bing, bada, boom. Thanks, Kendrick. Dude, I just remembered, the first time I ever played Age of Empires 2 was on PlayStation 2. Anyway, those are the days. a simpler time. I don't even think I really thought. I never even thought about it, like how it controlled. It just did. But anyway, thank you again for 5 gifted memberships. Gone to Moody. We're actually getting close to 800. It's crazy. Moody Subset, FSS, Mike MC, Andrew A, Mark H. Shout out to Kenrick. Yeah, interesting. The gifts are popping up, but it's not going like bling, bling, bling like 5 times over anymore. I didn't change the settings, so I wonder why. We hear the one when you do it once. How often do you need to type in this game? Not often, but if you're planning, I suppose you do type a lot, because you type in the calculator. So I could see that being frustrating on console. You want to type in a calculator, but you just have your phone next to you. Just use your phone. So the other things we need are quartz crystal. And concrete. Just bothered me that they weren't full. I guess we'll take more. Anything else I need here? Not immediately, not while we're just building out the rail. Alright. $342 watching, wow. Hello, welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for spending your evening with me. Or your morning. Iron, we already brought that up there. Didn't we? Yeah, we did, right? I'm playing Mass Effect 2 at the moment. I've never played it before. Or I played like a very limited amount of it way back when. Right as Mass Effect 2 was coming out, I was a PlayStation fanboy. I still am. But I didn't have an Xbox. And Mass Effect 1 was only on Xbox. But eventually, I think Mass Effect 2 came over to PS3. Maybe right before 3 was coming out or something. So I was like, cool. And I got Mass Effect 1. And I was like, this is sick. Loved it. Just loved everything about it. Then I was like, sweet. Well, we'll get Mass Effect 2. Got it. And I played like a few hours. And I was like, I don't like this at all. I don't know why. I can't remember what I thought back then. But I just know I didn't stick with it. But I'm playing it now, and I'm like, this is great. This is awesome. There's certain things I don't like from the old game. I miss certain things that you could do. And the Paragon system is really weird. Or it's the Paragon Renegade system. Compared to how it was. And it feels much more linear, less open. But overall, like the world building and everything is really cool. There's my little review of Mass Effect. Many years late. Alright, we just build this out now. I have the personal uploader, yes indeed. And I just bought a game last night that I'd actually already played before, but it was on sale. There's a PlayStation sale on right now. And it's Catherine Full Body. Has anyone played that? Be somewhat surprised if they have. Fairly, a kind of obscure game, I guess. I love it though. Played it years ago with me and Rosie on PS3. Now's not the time to die. Catherine! Awesome game. You should fill a truck. Have it behind you. Yeah, back before you had a dimensional depot. Speaking of, I should just pull stuff out of that anyway to keep it going. Back before you had a dimensional depot, I used to bring up a train or a truck and with like loads of containers and have everything ready to go. Don't really need to do that anymore. Is that a not safe for work game? No, it's not. It kind of looks like one, but it isn't. The game is pretty simple. It's by the people that make Persona, if you've heard of that. So the company's called Atlas. They're Sega owned. And Catherine is basically it's kind of the gameplay is like it's almost like a puzzle game. The premise, I'll be very quick, right? The premise of Catherine is this guy. You're this guy, Vincent, I think his name is, and he has a girlfriend named Catherine, and she's like quite serious, generally speaking. She's buttoned up. She has a good job, whatever. She's like fairly serious, a career woman, sort of. And she wants to like settle down and have a kid, and he's kind of in a sort of a, what would you call it, like a crisis about this, midlife crisis type of thing, where he realizes like, yeah, it's becoming like more adult, and he's not sure if he's ready for it yet. And he gets really drunk, and he goes out and he meets a girl named Catherine with a C. His girlfriend is Catherine with a K, and she's like this slightly younger, more fun college girl kind of type. And she's the one like on the box art and stuff, which is why people might think it's a not safe for work game. Anyways, I think ultimately, like, this is all at the very beginning, but he like cheats on Catherine with a K with Catherine with a C, and he wakes up and now he's like properly having like existential dread about like the situation. And he's meeting with his girlfriend. She's like, yeah, we need to like get the papers together for like getting this house and stuff, and he's like contemplating like what he's after doing, and he's freaking out. And then every night, so he hangs out at the bar with his friends, right? And the gameplay is you just like walking around, third person game, you're walking around doing a little thing, talking to people, sort of like an RPG. But then at nighttime he goes to bed and he has these horrific like fever dreams, these guilt dreams of like what he's done. And the dreams are this weird puzzle game. He's like climbing blocks and trying to get to the top of this like thing while being chased by like goats and sheep that are like trying to kill him. And he's seeing visions of these things in these dreams. So you're kind of climbing that. You're playing this like sort of blocky puzzle game almost in 3D. And he'll die. Like if you fall behind, like, and you're not quick enough, you'll like die. People say it's like Qbert. I've never played that game, but that might be the closest thing to it. And yeah, it's all about like him dealing with the guilt of like what he's done, and if it's even real. You start to wonder like, was it all a dream? Like, did he just dream about the other Catherine? Is that just like existential dread, like about what he, you know, I don't know. It's really weird and kind of cool, and it's actually like a very highly rated game. It's like I would recommend it. It's very different, but it's basically a puzzle game with an interesting story to it, you know. And I don't think there's any nude scenes or anything, so I don't think it's not safe for work. But it's cool. And I think, oh yeah. The very last thing is that I left out something. This is happening to other people in the world. So he's in Tokyo, I think, and other people in the city are being reported as dying in their sleep. And it becomes clear that like if you die or whatever, you could have, if you have these dreams, you could actually die in real life. And he's trying to figure out like how to stop it, but it ties into him having cheated on his girlfriend. It's really interesting. It's cool. And yeah, it was like $6.99 or something, or yes, something like that on PlayStation. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna pick that up. I haven't played it in years. It'd be cool to play again. Now with my older perspective. I was only like 15 at the time. Yeah, a very morally complex game indeed. Yeah, you have to make certain choices actually, you're right, about like which Catherine do you prefer and stuff. Cool. I mean, I've only ever played it once and it's stuck with me all these years, so it'd be decent enough. I've got a bunch of games on the backlog. Metro Last Light and Metro Exodus. I never played Exodus and I never finished Last Light, so I'd like to get to those, have them purchase on sale as well. And I'm doing Mass Effect like I mentioned. Bought Trepang 2, which is pretty cool. Sort of a fear type game. Anyway, which is what I'm playing at the moment. What's my input and output target? 6,900 bauxite and 6,900 water into 35 refineries for 8,200 alumina solution. So this is all just the setup of getting the material to, I don't have the hard drive with me, getting the material together into a factory somewhere. I don't even know where that factory is going to be. Right, so there's another node here. So somewhere along this line would be perfect for the next station. We won't have to go too much further with this one then. Because, yeah, the factory is probably going to be somewhere over here. I don't know. Haven't decided just yet. Maybe just stop here for now. Just make sure it's at the max length. I try to keep the length the same so that our blocks are all the same length. See what I do. Is that a connection point there? Yeah. Metro Exodus is so good. Try and get the bundle of all 3 games. I have it bought already. I bought all these things on sale. So at the Christmas sale, I must have bought like 20 games on PlayStation. I just have them waiting for me. I actually have Metro Exodus on Steam as well, but I'm a trophy hunter. I like to get my trophies, so just bought it on PlayStation. I don't know how I have it on Steam because I feel like I never actually bought it. I might have been given it. Yeah, I played Last Light years ago and I was like, this is so cool. And something, I don't know, something just, I got busy or something, stopped playing it. I'll get back to it. And on stream of mine, I used to do streams called, like, my branding was called Republic of Play, and I'd call it Republic of Play After Dark, where I was just playing late at night, like different random games that I just wanted to play for myself. And one of them was Metro 33, or 2033. That was pretty cool. Beat the whole game on the stream. That's a big ass factory. Yeah. It's most of the bauxite in the world. Or maybe just over half. There's some bauxite that you can get in the swamp and in the Titan Forest, and I'm leaving that for future recipes. What do I need all this for? I don't know, but this is probably what I would have done if I was doing the Update 8 video series, which is where this world started, so I probably would have done something like this. Like, let's get all of these together. It's like the Copper Caterium Factory. It's like, let's get all the copper and grassy fields in one place. This is saying, like, let's get all the pink forest bauxite in one place. Boom. We are linked up. Now we could go 1, 2, 3. So every third one. I turn it sideways, right? 1, 2, 3. I say every third one or every gap between the... I need to see if the gap is 3 or it's on the third one, sorry. So 1, 2... It was on the third one, so a gap of 2. 1, 2, 3. Oh, this music's gonna make me cry. 1, 2... Won't need one here for a while. Or we could put it in just for fun. Alright, so 1, 2. Love the music, yeah, it's so good. Alright, that's enough for now. I won't bother changing the top pieces. I could do that later myself or something. The only annoying thing is the midsection needs to be put in myself. Oh, I'm out of material. Perfect. I actually just decided to stop anyway. But yeah, we'll get more steel and do the rest. It'd be nice to hook this up to power so I could just ride the rails back and forth or something. All my inventory's emptying out though. I could grab... Oh, did I get rid of my biofuel? It's such a shame you can't use liquid biofuel on this thing. Oh well. Not bombing them. I want the stuff. Alright, so our railways maybe... Well, it actually does go pretty far. I suppose it's maybe a quarter of the way done. At least we have the shape. We know where it's going to go. We just now need to bring it around to the left. Yeah, giving it power would be nice. You just go back and forth on it. Republic of Play after dark is definitely not safe for work. Maybe have the factory up north by the Sam if you don't have anything there already. The cartography thing, that's a cool mod, but it takes so long to initialize, and I guess the bigger your world is, the longer it's going to take. Bit of a shame. We'll see it soon enough. It's at 95%. I forgot to look at it last time. And then we could see where my things are. Alright. So somewhere along here, this is going to go out and then have to bank to the left. This will be one of where the station is. It's just temporary, so somewhere here, like the turn has to have happened by about here, really. I want to make sure I'm not running into the actual miner, which I do think is right there. There's a miner over there. So I'm picturing here like 7 platforms, because that's what we decided on, right? So 7 in a line, and then we have to like come out and bank to the left. Then we have to bank to the left again, so I guess it doesn't matter actually how far we go this way. So let's just get the... Got railway segments. Alright. Go this way now. That lined up? Yep. Good shirt. %. So we're here. I was thinking we could go straight across like that, but we actually really need to go... I guess I need to go diagonally, but I don't do diagonal. I can only do the right angles. So yeah, I guess we'll just come down a bit further, go along here. Need to pass by that cliff, then we have to go down and then across. Okay. A little further. That's too far. Now that arch thing is probably in the way. Either that or go across to this thing here. And cut across there. A huge bridge. I think I'll probably do it though. I just don't want to add too much unnecessary travel time, but I don't think that will. Time for a detour to bump up production? Question mark? Do you mean so we can build faster? I think I've got enough material to get this done. This is great. I'm also starting an aluminum factory. Yeah, this is a lot of laying the groundwork before. It's so funny we only need 35 refineries, not even that much. But the amount of stuff we have to do just to plan for that seems crazy. There's nothing in our way this way, as far as I can tell. What are you planning to produce in this factory? All I know is that it's going to make aluminum. That's all I know. I don't know what I'm going to turn the aluminum into. I just all like the goal is this is as far as I've gotten, knowing how much scrap we're gonna, well, not even how much scrap we're gonna make. 34.5 refineries. Scrap. Well, aluminum scrap. It's up to us what we do with it then, I guess. And I'm using, I was gonna use this recipe, just using coal, but someone else said, no, you should try the petroleum coke. Just depends if I can get enough petroleum coke. Because there is oil nodes up here. But you need the resource pressurizer, and I don't think I have that. So, I feel like you have to walk before you can run, I guess, in some ways. So, probably just have to use the coal. So 360 is what we get. So 34.5 times 360. So we're going to have 12,420 scrap. That's all I know we're making. It's all about getting that together. And then we can decide, okay, how much of that is going to... I want to do rocket fuel. So we need like flasks and stuff, or casing, or whatever it's called. We'll need aluminum casing, obviously ingots, aluminum ingots, aluminum casing, aluminum outclad, and then whatever else is needed from that. Hopefully it'll give us enough aluminum for like almost forever. You need like 900 oil for the coke, for all of that. Yeah, it's not that much. It's not that much. I would need something I don't have yet. However, if we just make a little bit of aluminum, turn a few machines on just temporarily, gather enough. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's so cool. That is so cool. Seeing it all come to life like that's pretty sick. That's so cool seeing the trucks follow the roads, man. I've never been able to see that before. Look at them go. Hey, that one just overtook that one. Oh, that's so nice. Shout out to that mod, Cartograph. Love it. It is a mod, yeah. That's awesome. Turn off the resources for a second. We can see our rail line now. The mod is called Cartograph. This one. So on the left side, we have all these filters we can change as well, with showing things or not showing things. I wonder, did it take longer to initialize because we had them all turned on? Because that's the only negative. Our world's fairly big, so it did take that. I mean, it must have taken like 30 minutes to initialize. I mean, it's super cool, but obviously it just takes a long time. So, disable category, I guess, maybe is. That's weird. That's just the hypertube category. Oh, it has to repopulate. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I don't need that. Vehicle transport, yes. Trains, yes. Yeah. Like, I'm fine not really seeing... You don't need to see, like, all the little bits. I don't want to, but the actual main pipelines, sure, you know? Just if it saves any time at all, it'd be good. Oh, and it said the first time initialization is the thing that takes the longest, didn't it? So maybe that's why. It must save it or something. I think that's what it said in the mod description anyway. First initialization takes the longest, so... Turning off things that don't need to be seen. Walls and doors and things. Like, I didn't even think I'd need that, because you can't see them from this perspective. But just foundations make sense, so... Yep. Alright, cool. There we go. Should, like, load faster now. Oh, you can see it's like little cells. Oh, yeah, and then here is our height, right? So we can go lower down. Just to see where that factory actually comes in. Like the bottom floor only or something. Does all the water extractors. Next floor up, all the refineries, all the logistics. It's so cool. It's like watching a time lapse of someone building it. I love this. The mod is called Cartograph, or Cartograph. It's hard to say. I keep wanting to say cartographer. Cartograph. Check your buildings anywhere. And your power lines, which also is quite important, I think. Yeah, I love that. Super dope. Fantastic. I'm pretty sure the same creator said like he's working on a radar. So the radar just is in the top right. And it has like your buildings. You can see yourself running around and adjust the height of it if you want. Yeah, it's super cool. As always, hello. Hello. Off to the beginning of the stream. I'll see you later. Caught you this time. And they said that mod doesn't affect your saves at all. So that's good if you're worried about turning mods on. This is such a long bridge. That's alright though. Alright, let's go get some more stoof. The light on it actually is pretty cool. Especially, I guess, at nighttime it might look quite nice. Yeah, that's cool. And you can see it really far. You can see the lights all the way out there. That's great though. Shout out to the developers for that one. It's really cool that they didn't cut the lights off at distance or something. Gato, thanks so much. Channel member tier 3 out of their mind. Really appreciate that. What's your top 5 mods? I only just threw on mods for the first time, so Sky UI for changing time of day. Infinite Nudge, Infinite Nudge definitely is number 1, actually. Sky UI is number 2, I would say. Other than that, now that one's become number 3, easily. Cartograph. Infinite Zoop is good, I guess. Although I'm not as big on it because I just don't like that you have to get stuff in the MAM tree. I just would rather they ignore progression at all completely. Make it more like a utility mod. But I haven't tried any other ones, so I don't know. Alright, we are out of iron. It's gonna be a... what's it called here? Station, so just one more segment and then we'll build a station. Yeah, I saw people were mentioning, like, you can build 2 tracks parallel, and if you have one that goes around, like, on a side, let's say you've got a track here, and then another track that goes around on the right, and then joins back in. If a train gets blocked on this one, no one goes around the right side. They take the shortest route, and this one's technically longer. And when I saw that, I was like, God damn, that sucks. I think that's true, anyway. Do I have what I need for... Sorry, I'll just pick up the steel as well, so I can put down track as we go. What's the possibility of getting more Satisfactory 1.0 videos a week? I do as much as I can, so there's really no possibility of more than I currently do. And I know it's not enough. I do 2 streams a week. That's it. All the other days are dedicated to doing those videos. And I'll be honest, it's just getting lower and lower views all the time. So the probability is going down. Not that I have any plans right now to stop it, but like soon I'll have to start looking at other things to do. Like I can't, it won't be able to sustain me. These streams sort of pay for those videos in a way, actually, at this point. And I know they're symbiotic. I know people watch the videos and might donate on the stream or something, so that's nice. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to survive without the streams at all now. Anyway, it's like a drug to me. I need more multiplayer, question mark? Nah, I have no interest in multiplayer. I used to run multiplayer servers and stuff, but not anymore. And thanks, it's very kind. I wish I could do more. I don't know how I can speed up. Can't. I tried cutting the videos into 2 parts, and the second part performed so poorly, I don't think I'll ever do that again. Yeah, I don't know. I really enjoy those videos, though, don't get me wrong. I just wish they did better. People talk about them so nicely. But clearly, like, they're just so infrequent. And, yeah, not everyone's playing this game all the time, right? We'll move on from it. Might be some hype around 1.0 again, or 1.1, I guess, but somewhat declining, I think, across the board, from what I can tell. Alright. Let's start putting down the track. Whew. Gotta be honest, this is one of those reasons why I feel like trains are tedious, because you have to build a damn line. I admit that that mod sounds good, where you could just have it auto-connect through blueprints. That would be really nice. Well, we've come too far now. I'm gonna do it the classic way. A video for efficient aluminium farm? Yeah, I did a build for it in update 7, so you just search what Darren plays aluminum. I'm sure the build comes up, probably. I also built one on stream not that long ago. That was really good. But the biggest one is my update 7 one. Yeah, the stream one is also probably called Aluminum Factory, but it's a live stream, so it's, you know, hours and hours of me doing it. Whereas the video probably has like planning files or something like that, probably to build it along with. Do you use infinite inventory? No. I don't really use any mods till today. We just put a few on. I wouldn't want infinite inventory. That seems too much. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'll keep that one there for now, I guess. I have to determine. So normally it's like 2.5 foundations. I think you start here. I'll just build that to here just for a sec. Should be here, the flat point. Yep. So where would it be here? I think this location? Think so? I guess you can just make your things straight now anyway, but... Oh, they're gonna be off now. This one can't go. Can it go as far as that? Oh, it can. Nice. Alright, cool. Big right angle turn. Easy peasy. My god. Alright, good enough. Are you friends with any big or like same size channel Satisfactory YouTubers? That may make a multiplayer series possible. No, I've never talked to any of them. I don't mean a public SMP, because inevitably a dummy would ruin it. Yeah, I'd be down for doing other things with other creators. Maybe my schedule is pretty tight, but yeah, I don't know anyone else. I'm quite introverted and shy. I don't really reach out to anybody. I've literally never talked to any other Satisfactory creator. Sometimes they appear in my chat, actually. Who do we have? Bits was in here a couple times around the launch of 1.0. Overcharged Egg was here yesterday, and he followed me on Twitter. And Fluxo Builds. He pops up from time to time. Just in the chat, I mean. But that's my extent of ever seeing them. I'm like a terrible YouTuber. I joke about it, but it's the truth. I'm not very consistent. I don't do outreach. I don't respond to my emails. I got like sponsor offers that I can't be bothered looking at. All that kind of stuff, you know? Not for me. I just like to play the game. And then complain when my views aren't so good. See, I've been doing it such a long time that I'm just over all of that kind of stuff. I used to be a Total War channel back in the day, and a pretty successful one actually. One of the biggest at the time. And I knew all the other creators, and I was in with Creative Assembly, and I eventually got hired by them. So I've been there, done it, in that regard. Now I'd rather just focus on you guys, really. These definitely straight. Yeah, they look like they are. Yeah, I got blacklisted by Creative Assembly. And then none of the creators who I thought were my friends wanted to work with me. For a couple reasons. Not just the blacklisting, but I guess they just didn't like my rhetoric. And it's fine, but not good to go through it, so I guess I distance myself and stay away from all that now. I wouldn't be against it. If people reach out to me, that's different, but I'm just not gonna bother. Let's do it. Get Mr. Beast. Alright, looking good. It's just taking a damn long time, but we're about halfway done now, I'd say. Go make another run for materials soon. Station's gonna go somewhere in here. I didn't actually map out how long. I'll need to do the turn first, I guess. I always forget what it is. Where is this just right below me? Yeah. Don't have a hazmat thing yet, so can't do anything about it. 1, 2.5. No, Mr. Beast. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of Mr. Beast. I'm not a hater of him by any stretch, but that dude might as well be AI as far as I'm concerned, you know? It's like just anything to serve the algorithm and just to get more views, and that's fine if you're into that. But that dude is soulless, in my opinion. Completely soulless. He's like, oh, we just make videos that YouTube wants to push. It's like, don't you have any, like, don't you have, what do you want to do though? Like, I just don't get it. Like, if the YouTube algorithm told him to make 30-second videos, then all his videos would be 30 seconds. It's like, you're nothing then. You're an algorithm. That's all you are. And it's nice that he's altruistic and stuff like that. That's cool. But I just think content-wise, I can never watch it because it's like a machine. So not into it. He is the algorithm, yeah. Like, I wouldn't do anything for views. Like, it's just not my thing. And it's great. Like, I know it's easy for me to say that he's like mega successful, and I would never want that taken away from him. I'm not jealous or anything, but it's just like, I don't know why people watch that. I've seen a few of his videos and I'm just like, it's so artificial. Like, it's just so artificial. It really is like that Cartman South Park episode where it's just like Osimo coming up with ideas. It's just really weird, but it's not all bad. I think what he does with his charity work and stuff is really cool. Doesn't have to do that. He could be like a really negative type of person, really full of himself, and he's not for the most part, so yeah. I'm just thinking, what do I need to do? Oh yeah, the station, right. Do I need this then? Get rid of that. Can I build these stations? Yeah, might see if we can get these 7 down. Oh yeah, so we'll have to branch off and go around it with one of these. I'll just use regular foundations for now then. I actually completely forgot about that. We'll have to probably make a bypass somewhere here that links back in. So probably the station will actually have to end somewhere before this turn. Oh yeah, I drive left side in this world though. Does that matter? Feed it from the left side. Left side is over a big chasm, but yeah, we'll build over that. This thing's probably gonna get in the way, so we need 6 of these. Oh, it's not that in the way, actually. Okay. Oh, and a train has to go past there. Yeah, I'm using the Infinite Nudge mod. I need to list that on screen somewhere, because everyone just asks. This is one of the reasons I never use mods before. Just joined. What's the plan here? To gather all the bauxite in the Pink Forest and make an aluminum factory with it. The train is pretty high up, yeah. Well, the idea is that this train is going to roll around here, so this is the line here. And it's going to go across this way, down a bit, and then across again to get all of the bauxite. There's a bauxite node there. So we had to work out, the volumes are so high that we need 3 separate train stations. One for these 3 nodes, one for these 2 nodes, and one for these 3. Then we have to choose where the actual factory goes. We also have to determine the loading and unloading time, because the volumes are so high. For instance, we're going to use 1200 miner on the pure nodes, 1200 per minute. So this is a pure node and this is a pure node. A freight carriage can only hold 3600. It'll fill in 4 minutes. The loop is too big. Then it was like, oh man, now we need to think, like, how do we divide it? How many train carriages do we need? And then we ran a vote. We could have either done a train with 20 carriages or 3 trains with 6 each. So we've opted to do that. So that's where we're at now. So there's been a lot of planning going in. Then we built a blueprint for the rail line, and now I'm laying it out. But I was going to put the first station down just while I'm waiting on certain materials to fill. So that's what I'm doing. But I've just realized, like, maybe I need to pick a... This would have been the perfect location, but I just feel like the turn is really early on. But maybe not. Maybe not. So give me this. I think I'll stay consistent. If I'm driving left side on the roads, I'll go left side on the train. Yeah. So this line stays where it is, connects in there. This one doesn't. This one will be shifted out and it'll rejoin on the track somewhere else. Now, these trains aren't ever going to go backwards. We don't need junctions or anything. Oh yeah. So it's all on the same line. It would have to merge back into the line on the right. Or the left, whatever we decide. Probably the right to start off with. Because the other line, we said, might be an alternate line going in the other direction for coal. Alright, so there will be a junction somewhere, obviously, then. Fine. Alright, cool. There's 1 station, so we need 6 freight carriages. Freight platform. Right, at least now we've got room for all that then. I'd actually use 4 foundation just at this bit. Alright, it's all bauxited out of its mind? Sure. Gonna connect in over here. I said 7, but I'm including the engine. So it's 7 freight plus the train station platform, so 7 in total. It was 18 if you remember before, I think. Oh, actually it was 19 because I added the... Yeah, but this would be fine. 6 is definitely okay. Seven when you include this. The impure node was the 19, but that's so low volume that it'll be okay to stick it in one of the other ones. Alright, so this will be in theory going the other way, and yeah, this just has to run through. So there's 3 different trains, one for going in here, one for the other 2 stations, but they'll probably just all be in a conga line behind each other. I'm fine with that. Yeah. We could try to set their times so that they're always one ahead of each other, never waiting. And these are going to be fed from the node over there, another node over there, and there's another one somewhere to my left. Right. So yeah, this line won't exist. Or here, anyway. It'll have to be some sort of bypass further out that joins in. Get rid of all this. Figure that out later. It'll be the coal line, I guess. Should be zooping. I don't think I've seen zoop like that. Has to be a mod. It is a mod. How do you hold mouse down and build a bunch of foundation? It's a mod. Alright, I'm definitely going to have to put something on screen for this because everyone just keeps asking like every 5 minutes. What could I do? Oh yeah, I had a little thing, information. I don't mind people asking. I would ask too. But obviously for me, everyone just keeps asking. What's the other thing people ask? Oh yeah. Maybe I'll just say mods used. Okay, try that. Nice. I was just thinking, do I need a background behind it or something? Might be hard to see. There's no shadow that you can build in. I put an outline on it, but it's not really good enough. Background color, background opacity. Oh, there's a background color. There we go. Just something, you know? At least if people ask, we just point them to that now. The reason it's there is because the alerts pop up beneath that. Alright. Yeah, I could pin them next time. I don't even know how to do that right now. Like I said, I'm not a very good YouTuber. I actually have no access to pin things right now, so next time I stream, I'll do it. Alright, cool. Anyways. Still in the clearing the forest phase. No one reads either? Oh, it's okay. I don't mind. If I came in and saw someone do that. Plus, people might watch on TV or watch in different places and they just don't see the chat. You know, it's all good. Don't blame anyone for asking. I can't really cut down the trees yet. So, do we have more material now? Let's see what else we need. I need more quartz crystal. I have to go make a run for some. We have the quartz crystal factory to the east here that has loads of stuff in it. It'd be nice to power this and just drive a train around it now, even for funsies. It's back and forth on the line, but I have to connect it to power. This is just concrete. Okay, I'll leave that there. In fact, I'll just dump any of the concrete in here for now. I'll come back and get that, but we need more iron plating and more quartz crystal. Again, it's the signs. The signs are costing us everything here. But yeah, it'd be cool just to drag a big old power pole down temporarily, and then we'll clean it up later. But just to power this thing for now. I want to grab a power line. There we go. Alright, now we can drive it. I think the train station is at the wrong hand, thinking about left-hand driving. Oh yeah, it is. I don't mind that anymore, because the way it's going to work is one's going to be for coal and one's going to be for bauxite. But it doesn't matter if the right is forward or back. It's just, it's a unique custom loop up here. It'll probably change somewhere else. We'll just do right-hand driving anyway, maybe going forward. With trains. And the roads can be left-hand just to complicate things. Yeah, I'm good with it. I don't want to redo it. Alright, yeah, we can throw down a little train just for a minute. How am I doing this? What's the secret hotkey in the game for this one? No, it doesn't go around the entire map. The idea is that it will go around the pink forest. Pink forest has some weird issue with trees loading in. I don't know what that is. You don't see them unless you're really close to them. I need to hop down there to get some stuff. Guess it's a mod too. There we go. Don't chase me. I could hear a spider running around. Alright, so I needed more quartz crystal, but I don't think I've got any here. No. And then I needed more iron plates. Do I have any of that here? This world was from before 1.0, so you didn't have dimensional depots. Back in my day, you used to stack containers full of all the things you'd need. You didn't have to run far. And we're gaining quartz crystal all the time, but I'm just going to go get it. I have to go to the iron factory as well. Yeah, I have dimensional depots now, thankfully, but the volume isn't quite high enough. I need another 1 or 2 Mercer spheres, actually. If I could just spot one now, that'd be nice. because then I could increase the speed. It's at currently 30 per minute. It'd be nice to get 60 per minute. What music is this? Not a game, actually. Gotta turn this off. Oh, it is a remix of Final Fantasy. I like the last one that was on. Just play that again. You run back and forth when filling up containers for the building materials. Normally, no. I have to do it right now because we're building such a large volume of stuff. Like, I don't have a dimensional depot that can give me all the stuff I need. But I don't know, like if you played the game before, 1.0, there's a feature in it called a dimensional depot that basically uploads things, materials that you make into a sort of cloud inventory that you can just drag and pop it into your inventory from wherever you are. And then it refills, as long as you're filling it on the other end somewhere, right? This world was before that was a feature. So back then, yes, I used to just fill up containers. Oh, I don't my rifle. Goddamn, we did so much prep early on today building that rifle. Now I don't even have that. Must have dropped it. Anyway, so at the moment, I have a dimensional depot. I have a lot of things going into it, but you have to progress it. So you have to speed it up and make it bigger. And it's a bit underpowered right now. So, because I still have to just run around finding spheres. That's what I was looking for. We didn't find one, actually. Can't be bothered finding it. Surely there'll be a few that are just out in the open that we can spot on the way over to this other factory. And in getting them, we can speed it up, and I'll have to make fewer trips back and forth. That's the idea. I think I've actually gotten most in grassy fields thinking about it. But I'm just heading over to that factory anyway. And I can ride the power lines up there. I don't know, sorry if I missed you already talking about this, but will the Anno series continue? No, it'll probably be a new series, but I just can't seem to find the time for anything. I'm over one? I can go back down there in a sec. Yeah, because that series, it just... I like the game and I like the mods I was playing, but I just don't have the time to be able to keep up with it. It's so difficult with all those mods. Unless I was recording like daily or something. Because I would record once a week and then come back to it and be like, I don't know how anything's working. And then the mods were updating, changing recipes. I was like, damn. And then I got really sick and then my cat died. So... that just created a natural break, and then I was like, oh, I just don't feel like going back to it now. I just can't learn it again. So yeah, so basically I'd like to play Anno again in the lead up to 117, but it wouldn't be that serious. I'll probably just do a new one, just vanilla, just play through the game again, with all the DLC now active from the very beginning. So I like to think, yes, it'll be back. When? I don't know. So that's the answer at the moment. Sorry about your cat. No, yeah, that was like, it's... still the worst. But it is what it is. That music that's just playing now, it's a remix of a song from Final Fantasy VII. And when she was being put down, this music was playing. So that's why I was joking earlier, saying like, oh, this music's gonna make me cry. Need much of this? I'll just take it all. Need room for iron, so I'll leave half of it. Yeah, that's enough. Yeah, it's actually passed away three months ago. Out of nowhere, and she was only 5. So it sucked. She was an indoor cat. We have another cat though, and she's great too. But different. In a different way. My cat was named Bella. She was a Russian blue. Beautiful gray fur and blue eyes. Miss her every day. Yeah. Yeah, it's like the worst. It's just like the worst fucking feeling. Like, I truly believe our cat was kind of special, and Just sucks to have lost it early for no reason. Just feels like no reason. No fair reason. Oh well. Been opened already. I noticed the hard drives that have been opened already, they're done, but the materials that were around them have all repopulated. Get a better jump at this up there. Oh, I missed that sphere, didn't I? Damn. Whatever. Sometimes there's spheres on these things. I think there's one down there, but I can't see it. I think I literally only need one. But I did run around grassy fields grabbing them, so makes sense why there's not really any here. You can see them normally from really far. There's a sloop over there with some animal remains. I'll have better look in the bauxite forest. There's so much up there. Like, I've never picked up any spheres there, so there should be plenty. Oops. Is this a Mark III belt as well? Yeah. Alright, we're full up. Still got my dog though, try not to think about that. Yeah. That's the thing, it's really nice having our other cat. So my cat's name is Nyx, and we have another cat named Jinx. And we got Jinx about 2 years after we got Nyx. We felt Nyx was a little bit bored, so we wanted to get her another cat to kind of play around with, but she didn't really get along with Jinx that much. She didn't hate her or anything, but just didn't really play with her that much. Jinx is like so playful, crazy playful cat. She's like always on her tummy rolling around just wanting to play things all the time. She's like so funny in that way, but it's like she's all, I don't know, it's hard to describe. She's like a little toy. She's just happy all the time. And it's great. But it's like there's nothing behind those eyes. And I love her because she's like super cute and fun. But yeah, Nyx is like really interesting and had like really expressive eyes and like really looked at you for a long time, and I don't know, was very clever, understood things like really well, read people really well, read the situation really well, read the room really well, and she's like really kind-hearted and stuff. It's just nice. But yeah, it's nice to focus on Jinx because she is so playful and happy-go-lucky that it just makes us laugh. So really great having that around, having her around. But yeah, we're thinking of getting another cat for her. She's super bored now that she has no one to pay attention to. She's literally just sits around bored, and we're trying to play with her all the time, but it's never enough. So yeah, we'll probably get like we'll look for another cat that's like actually quite playful and hopefully synergizes with her personality well. But it's hard to tell. Cats might just not get along with some other cats sometimes. One of my cats... I'm sorry, I want to read other things really quickly before that. Unless you already... sorry, Loki, yeah, my bad. I read too slow, way too slowly. Thanks for justifying. I'm aware of dimensional D+. Yeah, that's okay. I just never know. You never know who you're talking to, because sometimes people are like, oh, I don't play the game, I just watch it, or do you think it'll come to console, that kind of thing. So yeah, I never know. I meant when playing Update 8. Yeah, so when playing Update 8, when I was about to build a big factory, I would make rows of containers and be like, okay, I'm going to need like X amount of machines, right? So you go into the to-do list, you say, I'm going to build 100 refineries, therefore I need this amount of motors, this amount of concrete, all this kind of stuff. So I would just load up containers, and I'd usually drive trucks full of it up to where it needed to be, and then start the episode. Oh my god. Not like this. Not like this! Don't actually know where he landed. There he is. But yeah, sorry. And Tim Harris said, one of my cats died around Christmas 2023. Yeah, it was December 4th for our one. One of my dogs passed in July last year. Yeah, my dog passed in July last year. He was 18 though, so at least he was old. And for the last 6 years, he's been living with my brother anyway, so... Well, it was sad and I went home for him and everything. It wasn't quite the same for me. But anyway, pets are such a part of the family. Hard when they pass. Yeah, it's very difficult. Just randomly out of nowhere. Unless I'm wrong. Hey, Brandon said toe amputation? My dad had his toe amputated when he was a kid. Was riding his bike without shoes and he got caught in the chain. Oh, why did you mention that? Did someone say something about this? Focus on songs that make you think about the good stuff when she was alive. Yeah, I don't know what those would be. You know, every time I sat down here, she'd be there with me when I'd record. So a lot of my memories from being with Nyx would be, and like the happiest memories are just like, yeah, she'd just be in the room, or with lots of videos of her doing various things. Or we take her outside and stuff. She's an indoor cat, but we take her outside like on a lead, and she'd like kind of play around a bit and sit with us and stuff. But yeah, I don't know, like songs that were happy for her, that'd be a weird one. It's more like we talk about her every day, things that remind us of her frequently. Let me just get rid of some of this stuff. I can go here. Like, she really liked straws or long things. Anything long, she was just kind of interested in, like pencils, straws. There's just something she was into for whatever reason. Our other cat isn't, you know, so just one of her things. And I'm sure other cats too. But it's sometimes like we'll see like one of those things and it's like, oh, like, do you remember like Nyx would do this with it or whatever? Just silly little things, nothing crazy. But today we were remarking, she had this funny thing she did. Like Jinx, our other cat, she's kind of tubby, not really fat, but a little, maybe just the slightest bit tubby. And she loves her food. She just eat it like God, like you put it down, it's immediately like a dog, just goes crazy for it. And I think it's because she came from a household where there's like loads of cats, so she's probably very competitive. Whereas Nyx we got when she was like 6 months old. Nyx was only like a few weeks old when we got her, and she just didn't eat like that. She ate very slowly and would walk back and forth to her bowl like a house cat. Just leave it there. I'll get it later. Whatever. Anyways, just something that we noticed, like we were talking about today, that we just thought was funny, is Nyx would do this thing where she'd be eating near Jinx, but she'd just eat and then she'd just like look over at her and just stare at her while eating. And we'd just jokingly be like, oh, she's probably like, Jesus, what an animal. Like, she's just no restraint, like just constantly eats until she's full. And then Jinx would like stumble away and she would just fall down. She'd like literally just fall over and then she'd just be knocked out on the floor. And Nyx is like a kind of more reserved personality to her, or at least came across that way. So we just joke like, it's moments like that we're reminded of. Like we see Jinx eating and then be like, oh, we just brought it up. It's like, Nyx would be like, my God. Because she would just stare, and there's videos of it. We'd zoom in on Nyx and she'd be like eating something like, she would just slow down eating and then just stare at Jinx like as if there was something wrong with Jinx. So we just used to laugh at that. Like, I don't know what was actually going through Nyx's mind. I don't know why she was looking at her, but she was. Right. Let's ride the rails out to build more track. What's coming in the next desert episode? I finished the game, but he's talking about the YouTube video series, so I haven't finished the game for that. In the next desert episode, definitely something that I have in mind. I haven't started it yet. I'll be starting it tomorrow. We just did liquid biofuel, got that out of the way. That was for the jetpack to help me build, really. Well, there's two potential things. Oh, yeah, it's just an iron factory. So making versatile framework and smart plating, but in a bigger quantity, in a bigger iron factory. So tearing down the original factory that was there, the starter base can go now, and we can build a dedicated big factory. I think that's it. After that, then it's like oil-based products, like computers and circuit boards and stuff. No aluminum yet. We're not even... It wouldn't be aluminum. We haven't even done adaptive control units or any... We're not even, we're like 2 tiers behind that. We're way off from that kind of stuff. The only thing that's, I've done 10 episodes in that world. So what's, let me just see really quickly. You can actually see what I've built so far without loading in. In my 1.0 world, we have the basic startup setup area, a modular frame platform. Again, these 2 things are temporary. The steel factory, which is fine. The motor factory, which is fine. Now we've got the plastic and rubber. We've got 400 of each per minute. And then I just built a liquid biofuel factory. So it ain't aluminum, that's for sure. There's a lot to do before getting there. So the next one is really, I'd like to, I know it's not very exciting, but it is the next thing that you'd need to do, progression-wise, is to get a proper copper and iron setup. We have a big boost of power now. About 10 or 12,000 megawatts. So now it's like, yeah, now we can build like a proper scalable setup. I think I was thinking of maybe doing trains, but we don't have circuit boards yet, and you need that for building signals. So it's like, I can't even really do that. I don't want to add blueprint soup. I'm good though. Thank you. One thing I was... Oh yeah, the sphere. There it is. Might be all we need. I have to go get the other ones though, but... What's the hotkey to copy a building? Middle mouse click. You can copy a blueprint by switching to dismantle mode for blueprints. So you press F, and then you switch to... Press R then to switch to from default to blueprint dismantle. Oh, we need to turn right somewhere here. Actually, I forgot. Yeah, because the that's a pure node. Might be worth picking up on the rail line. How straight can I go? To about there, I think. Then I have to go down and probably cut through here. Okay. How many spheres in the world? 298 with 106 sloops. That's good to know. 298. Wow, it's more than I thought. I thought there was like 150. Interestingly, it's quite highly raised. I was trying to keep this like level the whole way as best as I can. Man, we're so close. Cutting around to the right and going through would actually be totally fine. But I wanted to get closer to the other box site. Eventually. I think that'll be alright then. Just go down here and then cut across, as long as we're avoiding whatever that is. Be lower down, so not too worried about it. Okay, we're actually almost closed the loop. It's not as big as I thought, because I initially thought maybe down here and along, but I guess we don't need to. These 3 are combining. So wherever we choose to combine them would be in the center. So yeah, just keep going across here, go up, and link is a little loop. Fine by me. We'll attach it to something else in the future. Well, I still have to turn right, just here, but yeah, still fine. Oh, have I gone too far, actually? Going straight south, how far down? So I just have to go to here and then turn left. Yeah, that's cool. The magic cart trick, as many as you want. But if I want to... I don't mind people who do that, but like, why not just mod in a bunch and save the game, like, at that point, rather than doing some exploit? It seems so silly. To me, anyway, I don't know. I'm not against it, it's just like, I find it funny where it's like, people are like, oh, if I can exploit it, then it works, but if I was just to edit my save, no. Can't do that. I guess maybe it's because it kind of works in the game, but you know it's not supposed to, so it's like, well, I don't really get it. That's why I never really understood, like, the Spiffing Brits videos. It's like, okay, cool, you can exploit and break the game. That's really interesting. It actually genuinely is. But if it's an exploit, I just kind of feel like... I don't know. Just do anything then, really. And say you've done it. I never would have guessed that content would be so popular. I totally respect that it is, but I never would have guessed it, because I was like, oh, but I'd rather someone play with the mechanics and actually, like, be good at the game or something, rather than find a loophole or whatever that you know is just gonna get patched as soon as you show it. Ah, shit. It won't be the right line. Anyway, that's just me. That's me and my weird rules. I have my own weird rules and how I even play the game. Yeah, no, totally. They're comedy videos about games. Indeed, it's his personality that makes the videos as big as they are. Loads of people could do exploit videos, I'm sure. But he does them in a fun way. Like, it makes them funny. Constant jokes and references and stuff, so don't get me wrong. I know why people like him. I just never would have thought exploit content just generally would be the type of thing that could get millions of views. But it's not just him. Like, Legend of Total War, he'll exploit Total War. To some degree, anyway. And people love it. And I'm just like... I'm real good friends with him. I just never would have thought that's what people were into. Never would have guessed it. But I guess that's just because I'm not, you know? That's all. What the hell is this? Oh, it's the light. Alright, cool. Almost there. Open a window. It is scorching hot in here. I guess the type of content I watch mostly on YouTube when it comes to gaming videos is usually content that like treats the game as if it's like real life. Like immersive storytelling or HUD-less gameplay, those types of things. And then I just never would have thought like people are actually really into the games to see them busted and broken, like the experience broken in front of you so that you don't believe it's real anymore. I guess I play games in many ways for escapism. And you take that away when you start unveiling like how things work. And I'm someone who makes games. So I never want to be able to show people like that stuff. It's like, no, we should hide the stats of games. That's how I feel. Because then you know it's just all numbers. I don't know. But obviously I must be in the minority with that stuff. Seems like nobody else thinks that way. Alright, we have to turn left somewhere before this. Almost done. We've almost connected the rail line at least, and then we can actually remove the trees, and that'll be the clearing the forest bit. It's basically done. So the idea with this was to just roll forward now. Somewhere here there'll be a station that we'll have to build, so we'll build the stations after, but those actually have gone a bit too far. This segment, this one can probably go. Whew. We should have created a track for the fix-it cart to transport the bauxite with. Yeah. Didn't take any power. fuel. Kind of like the way that tree just comes through this. It would definitely, most likely hit the train. But it's cool the way it just fit. Alright, buddy. Not long for this world. Alright, we're waiting on iron plates to build up. So I can start clearing these trees now, making my way back, and we have to build the track. The loop has almost been closed. I love this mod. This is such a great mod. It's a crying shame how this is just not in the game. Being able to actually see the trucks driving on my roads. So good. It breaks the immersion of the game. Yeah, I'm all about immersion in games for the most part. I do play some games just for the abstract nature of them, but mostly for the immersion. I can see people enjoying who outsmart the developers. Yeah, totally, and finding things that they didn't think of is a fun meta. Yeah, totally. I do get that. I just didn't think it was that popular. And sorry, Loki, I keep missing what you say. It's not your fault. I just, for some reason, I'm reading over it. The little lake in the middle of the 3 that you're combining, just to the west of Colt. I'm working on that spot right now for the same reason. The little lake in the middle of the 3 that you're combining. Oh, this is a sphere. Shout out. Thank you. Yeah, I actually think I have all the spheres I need, but... Oh wait, actually it's one of these. But I need to get my other ones. They're in a container. And we'll hop down to the container and then I can improve my upload speed. I should really do that next because otherwise everything else just takes longer, right? So just get that out of the way. I have to get my rifle as well. We spent all the beginning of the episode building a rifle, getting homing ammo, and then I just threw it in a box. And now I can't use it. Should have put it in the cloud. Pulled it out when I needed it. You know if the map mod is multiplayer compatible? Yeah, it's as Dilo says, if you check the mod description, it might tell you. I don't know. Multiplayer tested, yes. Even better. I'm pretty proud of the little track so far. I don't know why. This looks nice because it's like there's no inclines or declines, so it's nice and level. And we'll put all our stilts in and it'll look a bit better. It's such a shame with the trees. I'm sure that'll be patched in 1.1. See the way they just pop in. It's like really erratic. You know, they're there and then they're not, and then they're there again as you get closer. The ones here I don't think pop in at all. They're just stumps. I feel like there used to be trees here, so I don't know if there's some other problem with that. I'm just gonna hop down and grab... Yeah, I guess we'll ride the rail again and just go grab the container where my spheres are and just advance that stuff real quick. No power. Oh, I'm on the wrong side. Love it. My foliage load distance is on max, I think. Like I said, it pops in, and then even as you get closer, it disappears and then pops in again. I think it's just broken. Foliage quality, everything's on ultra. Far for shadow, trace distance, conveyor belt, belt render distance, far, limited. I have DLSS on today. It's the first time I've turned it on, actually. Blood dithering? Yeah, it doesn't have any of the trees. That's why I assume it's just those ones. Like, these other trees are fine. So. I would agree with you if it happened to the other trees, but it doesn't. So I don't think it's this distance. I could be wrong. I never am. I've only got 3 spheres. Oh, maybe I did upload them here. Nope. Maybe you only need 3. Need 7. Why did I think I only needed 3? 3 for there and there. That might be why. Alright, well, we need to get a lot more then. I think I've seen a Reddit post about those ones. Yeah, I'm like 90% sure it's just those trees, because I've never noticed it with anything else. Like, these ones are, look how far, like, some of these trees are in the distance, super far. And the other ones kind of appear and disappear really obviously. I think it's just the pink biome. It's not the bamboo, or the even tall ones. There it is, see? I'm getting closer and it's disappearing, so there's something wrong with it. Same with the stumps. Question is, do I build stilts that go all the way down here? Maybe. Looks like it's in a cave, but it might be on top. I don't think spheres are ever behind rocks, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, I guess it is. This is my update 8 world. Now my stream world, I guess. Second stream world. Right, what was I doing? Just climbing back up here, yeah, okay. Not that I need this stuff, I was just, if I'm in the area, I might as well just have a quick look, see if there's one nearby. Over there in the center, maybe? That's where I would put it. I've used this distance before with rails and I've never had an issue, so hopefully it's okay. They're a full foundation apart. I think it's fine. Oh, it was loading a bit weird from the distance as well. Yeah, I don't like that. I might use a different method then. Anyway, I'll do that myself maybe, or if we have time at the end. Yeah, I think this is totally fine. I mean, I've never had an issue with it. I don't think, but yeah. Right. Continue. So this is gonna. Oh yeah, I'll do that one last because that's where it gets complicated. It has to go, you know, different way. That'll be the coal line anyway. We'll just focus on the bauxite line, which is the one on the right. So just, I guess, go the rest of the way. What else am I missing for rail? Let's see. Is there any in here? Yep. Things I don't need. That. That's fine. Alright, let's finish this thing. I'll keep an eye on the colors then, yeah. Oh yeah, I went to get my chainsaw. That was the other thing I wanted. Cool. How do you achieve frame pillar over metal? Rotate it. Just rotate it. Alright, let's say we have our metal pillar. Actually, we'll start with the frame pillar. I don't think it matters, but... Frame pillar, right? Just here, let's say. The problem is if you try to do a pillar inside of it... Let's just... Okay, so let me do that. Nudge it in. It says, uh-oh, can't do it. An identical buildable is already there. But just rotate it. That's it. Maybe include what world I'm playing in? Maybe. It feels like there's going to be a lot of info on the screen, but maybe. I'll do it maybe next time. Keep saying maybe as well. Alright, let's just continue the track while I'm here, I guess. I get that question a lot less often, but you're right, it does come up, so... Something I might consider. This is not the desert world, you know. That's ultimately what people want to know. Are they missing something? Yeah, pinned message maybe on the top might be good. I don't know how to do that, so I'll look into that later. I don't have any option right now. If I click the chat, there's no thing for me to pin anything, so... Might be in the back end that you have to do it. I don't want to call it Update 8 series in the title, because then people might think I'm playing Update 8 or something. I'd rather just... This is just the stream world going forward now, so it's just a new stream world, really. The world was called Enlightenment. It's a bit of a silly name now, but I didn't really think about it at the time. One, two... Ow. Creation. Here. That doesn't look right to me. Cutting over that line too much, isn't it? Too far. Yeah. think that's right. Still kind of feels like it's coming over a bit too close, but whatever. If it has to change, we'll change it. Update 8 extended cut? Yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's like update 8's being ported into 1.0 and it's almost back up and running, but it's not fully yet. I need to eliminate all the update 8 things, like the turbo fuel. That is nostalgia right there. Ugh. Final Fantasy lo-fi. Okay. Hopefully it's not copyright. If it is, so be it. Actually, I do want to put on different music. When we listen to that long enough, let's do something else. Aluminum rod. There's no other things. Can't scan anymore. I could just keep getting these. I've never seen that before. You only get one option. It's kind of interesting. And that way we'll just have everything. Just got back. How's it coming along? Good. This is where we're at. So it's going most of the way around. We just need to finish linking that part together and then build 2 other stations. 3 other stations technically for the one in the factory. So we're almost there. But this has taken 3 hours of building a railway. Just about. As well as some other minor things we were doing. Seeing this mod makes you think like, oh, I could turn off certain foundation types if they're the roof types, and that way I could just see inside and just see the machines. Because I don't want to turn off all foundations, it'd remove my road. But if we left the asphalt ones on, see the road still. Anyway, I don't know, just thinking about it. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. Hopefully I don't get attacked up here. It'll be kind of funny if I do. Alright, I'll be back in a minute. Oh, no attack. Are hard drive reward limits limited by your progression? Yes, you don't unlock things that you couldn't use. That's why you run out. But as we progress and unlock new machines and recipes, we'll get more stuff. Squints at spiders. Feeling re-energized. All right, let's continue. Okay, so we're just in the building this phase. Let's go. Let's go fast. Get it done. Roll on for a bonus if we get this done today. Scott Hannah, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Why didn't that pop up as a thing? I don't know, but it should. See if it does. I can see it in the chat, obviously. Trying to refresh the alerts and see if it'll pop. Well, I see you, and thank you. Because it's a super sticker? Oh yeah, maybe. I'll look into that then. I'll write that down. Because it might just be me to maybe have an enabled sticker alerts or something. Thank you. You shouldn't keep some scanned drives to rescan later if you... Oh yeah, maybe. I don't know what I'm going to use them for later. I'll just get new hard drives. It's a... Think of it this way. If you have more hard drives later... Ah, there you go. Appreciate that again. Thank you. And, secret Ripper chats? He'll never know. If you left yourself hard drives for later... Let's say I kept those 6 hard drives. Instead of using them all right now, we'll still potentially roll old stuff that I don't want. Right? Now, you could scan them and leave it all in your... Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, scan them and just leave it all there. And then use those hard drives to guarantee that you're going to be at least rolling for new things. Yeah, I suppose I could have done that. But I kind of like the idea of just like clearing out everything old and being like, I've got all the recipes. And now anything new I get, I obviously have to get more hard drives. But at least it'll be the same thing, I suppose. It's like, yeah, now when I roll them, they will be all the new stuff. I know that I'll never roll anything old, ever. Because I have all the old stuff. So something about that's kind of nice, but you're right. If you didn't want to go getting more, probably should have just held them, you know? That's what I think I did before. There's more hard drives than recipes in the world anyway, so I will get them all. Alright. Let's continue building this and close the loop. I tried to become a member, but the system won't let me. It's weird. Do you have any other way to show support? Yeah, there's... Well, there's the YouTube member. There's the YouTube super chat. A YouTube thanks on a video, but if you can't get it to work with YouTube, there's a PayPal link, I think, that you can donate. The highest amount, the highest percentage that goes to creator is the PayPal link. I just don't advertise it that way or anything. And it doesn't show up as alerts or anything, so that's the other reason. But yeah, it's like paypal.me, so like paypal.me/Republic of Play, I think. It doesn't let you change it. I was trying to change it to What Darren Plays, but it doesn't let you change it, so that's just the one I have. But if that doesn't work for you, honestly, it's no problem. I don't think there's any other way, so it's all good. Just being here is honestly is great. Yeah, there's never any pressure, like genuinely. It's really nice when people do. I love it. It's the best. And it keeps me going, but I totally understand, like, not everyone's able to do that or even wants to do it. Totally cool. There's a million things asking you for your money and time, so I get it. Just being here, I feel grateful that people are even here to hang out, you know, as well. And then when people ask how they can do it, if it's not convenient for you, don't bother, you know. Leave that there for now, and we'll bring this one all the way down. I was still thinking the factory's gonna just go over there somewhere, but I'm not sure. Super chats, yeah, right, okay. Because yeah, I was like, it's like secret Ripper chats? Super chats, you'll never know. First one was a super sticker, yeah. Yeah, I never would have got that. But it's good to know, I'll make it an alert as well if I can. As long as Stream Elements has the capability of recognizing alerts, should be fine. Secret stripper. Yeah, I kind of was reading it that way as well. Secret stripper chats. We are lined up. TM, thank you so much. It was a super chat in addition to the sticker. Everyone can keep telling me. I appreciate it. Keep donating and telling me that. What was it again? That autosave thing that came in. That was kind of blocked by the stuff. Anyway, oh well. Thank you, CM. Good to see you here as well. Sorry if you were here earlier. I don't remember. Alright, we did it. We closed the loop. Now I have to run the length of the track, removing the trees and also putting down the tracks themselves. But I'll just remove the trees first. Got room in the inventory to do it. Do we have the liquid biofuel? We do. What have I missed? We've built a big rail and we've just almost completed it. We've completed the foundations of the rail. Now I'm clearing the trees, so you're just in time for the first bullet point on the screen to be removed. So effectively what we're doing here... Hey, appreciate that. I think it was a sticker. Thank you. Hey man, €1, €2, €3, that's... I wish everyone gave a euro, you know? I saw something recently where it was like, oh, to make 1 million, you just need 5,000 people to give $17 a month per year. Like, there's something, I know that's not easy, but there's something about that that's like, damn, that actually seems doable. Like, I just need to make something worth $17 and provide it consistently for 12 months. That's all, you know, and get everyone, 5,000 people to do it. Dude, if I could get 1,000 people to do that, I'd be like tripling my money, basically. That's it? Yeah, I remember thinking like, that's not it. And then I quickly looked at, let's see if I'm right with that. 17 times 5,000? That's 85,000. Wait, hang on. I'm dying here, so just get me out of here. 17 times 5... No, what did I say it was? 5,000 people giving, yeah, $17 is 85,000. But then times 12 months, if you could do that 12 times over on a subscription, you'd make 1 million. Like, damn. So, anyway, I'm starting my OnlyFans at $17 a month. I can't even think of a good pun. Something satisfactory. Satisfactory? What is that? I was trying to think of a sexual pun. I couldn't think of one. Only pioneers? That's funny. Anyway, so what I'm saying is I'm gonna beg you guys, if you have $17 a month, can you please just become... I think you can't even become a channel member at that level. How many channel members would I need? I don't know. Make 1 million in a year. Tier 3. Tier 3 is like... Pounds-wise, I think it's $8.99. I think. I get 70% of that. Let's call it 9. Well, let's call it what it is. It's $8.99. But that's how much? Times something. So how many people I would need? Let's just say 5,000 people, and then that would be times 12 months. So we'll change the amount of people. It'd be 370. Man, I'd be pretty happy at that. Trust me. But yeah. How many do I need then? 15,000 people, pretty much. 12,000 people. So I need about 13,500 people to become a tier 3 channel member, and my cut would be just over 1 million. Nice. But I need 1 million. But If I made any kind of money like that, I'd just be making a game straight up. Yep, let's go. Not enough to pay a couple people and get this thing off the ground. Let's go. That's an easier way to do it, is it? 1 million divided by 6 point. You're so smart. I can't do, and I don't mean that as a joke. I'm not good at math. Game would I make? I've got a few ideas. So for those who don't know, I went to college to do programming and game development, and I had some, what I think, back then I was at my most creative, I would say. I was coming up with ideas left, right, and center, but like good ones. A lot of bad ones, don't get me wrong, but some that were like, this could be good. Some that later actually became games from other people. Anyways. There's one I have in mind. This is such an annoying tease, but it's like, I can't tell anyone what it is because it's so good. I've told a couple people, and they're like, that is actually like a really good idea. And I've never seen it, and I'm dreading seeing it because I know someone will do it, and I can't believe it's been so long. And it's not like, these are totally doable games. Not like, oh, okay, why hasn't someone made like an infinite universe, whatever game, No Man's Sky or something, but it's like a game that you could make. Without like a massive team, but like 5 people or something, you could probably do it. They're all indie games. Anyway, putting that one aside, what I was thinking of probably doing is making like an Imperator Rome style game, like a Paradox map game set in Roman times. This isn't like an innovative idea, it's just what I would like to see. But this one is just like, yeah, it'd be like Anno. So with the trade of like Anno, but less, with the real-time map. So it's a map of Europe, it's fully real-time, right? So it's not like Paradox real-time. Paradox real-time is you're hopping from region to region. You're either in one region or you're not. And time ticks every day, and then every month or whatever. This would be like real-time. So you're just free moving. Things are free moving. Like a Mountain Blade map, I guess. Something like that. And then you've got real-time borders. So the borders would shift dynamically on the map. Let's say you put your army into conquest mode and you start moving into Gaul or whatever, whoever you're at war with. The borders would like extend out with you in your like sphere of influence. But if you overextended, they like kind of close behind you or whatever into a bubble. But what you could do is like surround towns or block off resources, that kind of thing. The game would be all about getting major towns to have minor towns feed resources in, and in the major towns you build buildings that refine that into something and you export it for trade, let's say, using like a population type system. So that's what I would like to make, a kind of a map game, a Paradox style map game. For me, I like the Roman era, so it would be like Roman Republic kind of thing. And if you've ever watched like historical videos, you know, these YouTubers will do documentaries where they're moving around like blocks of armies on maps and stuff. I'm like, yeah, I just want that, but like a game. And I would want to capture the feeling I got when playing like Rome Total War. Like that kind of thing. That kind of map. Although, it'd be nice if you could make it really good looking, but I imagine as an indie developer it would be like a 2D game to start. And I imagine the battles would be like automatic. But obviously the goal would eventually be one day, it'd be great to be able to make your own battles, even from a high up perspective or something, some sort of concession, you know? And then maybe one day you get down on the ground. I remember talking to this, when I came on to work with Greg from Manor Lords, you know, he was just asking me like about different things I like, and I was like, oh, that was one of the things I told him about. I was like, I'd love to do that kind of thing one day. And he was just like, oh, you know, maybe one day we could like split Manor Lords, fork Manor Lords, and build a campaign map and really give Total War a run for the money. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you saying these things? You're just telling me, a nobody practically compared to you. In many ways, like in terms of like being able to make games. Oh yeah, we could just like build Total War. It's like, okay, sure. Yeah, let's just take the Mandalorian's battle engine and just make Total War. Okay. I don't think that's gonna happen, but it was just, his ideas run wild as well, so he's funny to talk to like that. But yeah, that's not gonna happen. But anyways, that'd be one of the dream games. The other game that I like I said, I don't want to say what it is. It'd be partly like an automation game, but it's unique. It's different. But I can't explain more than that. Anyway, so yeah. Poland's looking inviting all of a sudden. Are you planning to ever get back to making CS2 videos? Not anytime soon, no. I'd like to, though. I love it. I really like the game, but not anytime soon. Hello, Eno. Enogur. Be careful how I say that one. Enogur. Sounds like an awesomely great game. All games sound good on paper, or most do. Yeah. The main features, the unique features of that Roman game would be a lightweight trade system like Anno, where you refine materials into other materials. Imagine this, you have a town, Rome. You have 3 surrounding settlements. One makes iron, one makes whatever. Or it's just a resource in the region. You can choose how to build. Anyway, you bring that into Rome, and then the Rome has the population, like the artisan class, or whatever you want to call them, craftsmen, and they can refine it into, like, iron ingots. And then there's a blacksmith in Rome, or whatever, military equipment there. And you can make military equipment. It's like, oh, we need wood and iron, and we can make military equipment. Now with that, we can raise legions. And we can design our legions. Because it'd be that kind of game, if it was like a Paradox game, and it didn't have like crazy 3D assets or something like big battles, you could design your own armies. One thing that I've always been a little annoyed about in these games is I like the idea of a free sandbox. Me personally, just right, if you indulge me for a few more minutes while I'm chopping trees down. Can I get rid of that? Good. I know there are some things like that, like in the swamp, that you can't get rid of. Anyway, one thing I don't really like about Europa Universalis and certain games like that, first of all, they use like abstract currencies all the time, which is kind of annoying. It's like, oh, you've got enough diplomatic points, now you can make this diplomatic deal. It's like, no, forget that. I have my own diplomacy system and it'd be way better. But the other thing is that it's like, oh, it's 1453 and on this day, this event happened. So therefore, like, it has to happen in the game. And some events can change, but a lot of them are out of your hands. Like, they just happen regardless of who you are or where you are. It's like, oh, the Holy Roman Empire did this on this day. It's like, well, sorry. But, like, that's not going to happen in my world because I'm playing next to them and I just did something that never happened in real life. So it wouldn't all happen the same anyway. So to me, what I would like to do in a Roman game, let's say, is... Let's say you're playing as Egypt or Greece. It wouldn't be like an instant flip-flop, but you could work towards developing like a Manipul-style system. So it's like, yeah, you could have legions eventually through military reform. And once you encounter a different style of fighting on the battlefield, then it's like you can adopt their style to compete with them. Because I'm not a fan of the whole like, well, Rome's OP because that's just the way it is forever and that's how it happens. Like, well, that's kind of boring, isn't it? I mean, if I'm in charge, I know I've got knowledge that they don't, but it's like, well, if I come up against them and I see this threat, maybe we can, over the course of few generations, reform the military. That's what they did. They had phalanxes and Greek fighting styles until they encountered the Samnites, I think, and then they changed and adapted it themselves. So that kind of thing, I would love to be able, like, a game to allow you to do that, where it's like, well, let me make my own style or equip my own guys and make my own units. And we'll have traditional ones too, but you should be able to, like, build off of that, I think, anyway. Or I'd like to. Not should be able to. I'd like to be able to play a game where it's dynamic that way. And then for diplomacy, it's like, yeah, you have to send off a delegation, and it takes a while to get there, and it takes a while to get back. So you have to give them the best options that you can and hope you get the deal through. So for instance, it's like, okay, I want to do a trade deal with Egypt. You know, I want their grain. I've got money. So you set a low, medium, and high or something of how much you'd be willing to pay. They don't know this, but you do. So it's like, okay, look, if the first exchange fails, try this. If this one fails, try this number. If that fails, then you're out of luck. And it's like, okay, you can send off another delegation. It might take another year though. So maybe you'd be encouraged to actually make a good deal. At least that's what I think. And maybe like the skill of your diplomat or whatever might factor into how that could go. So this is just some things that I would do if I could make my own strategy game. And dynamic map borders, that's a must. you know, it's all about the anno trade. So like, you're trying to cut off like their iron supply, cut off their gold, cut off whatever. So having it move in real time is essential. Having a fog of war, like your armies don't know where they're going. Anyway. So what I'm saying is there's a Kickstarter for this game right now. It's $17 a month for 12 months, and the game will be made at the end when all the money is accumulated. I'd love to make the game, man. I don't have any money. I can't take time off work. And I work 7 days a week just to, you know, squeak by, basically. Making that game would mean I could still make some videos, but it would really be like no more streams or something. You know, something would have to give. I'm stretched thin as it is. But if I had like a bank account with like 200 grand in it, I'd be like, great, you just take a year off of work on this now. This would be the best. And I enjoy what I'm doing. So it's not like I'm like in a bad place or anything, but I would love to be able to do that. I mean, who wouldn't? Who wouldn't love to just have a bunch of money to pursue what they want? They had ideas for it or whatever. That's why I was really, really lucky when Greg from Manderless just reached out to me randomly and was like, do you want to work with me for a while? It's like, hell yeah, I do. Because that doesn't happen very often. Yeah, sure. Taking notes, stealing ideas. Yeah, I've put these ideas out there for a long time. That's why I don't tell people about... See, those ideas aren't even like... In my opinion, that's nothing innovative about that. It's a hodgepodge of different game ideas put together that I just like. But the other one I mentioned that I can't mention, or I don't want to, is actually like a stealable idea. And I feel like whoever does it first, you'll see a bunch of copycats. Maybe I'm wrong, but other game developers have agreed. I didn't even like telling them. I didn't even tell Greg, because I'm like, I don't trust you. Just tell Hooded Horse and they'll find someone to make it without me. Oh my god. They're organized. Oh my god. Ah! I love homing ammo. Give me the juices. Oh god. Did I get them? Yep. Alright, which side are we on? This side, right? Continue. We're back, gonna switch over to my mobile. See you soon. Sorry if I missed anything. That sounds like an awesomely great game. Thank you. How many hours does Mannerlords take up? At the moment, nothing really. I haven't been doing much with it at all. I'm waiting on stuff from other people. But yeah, in December, like I was super busy with it, and November as well. But in the last few months, I've just been like in and out of the Discord talking with people, but haven't really done much work. In yeah, November, December, like I rewrote all the tutorials and implemented new tutorials and changed the UI so that just for mostly quality of life stuff. Updated all the wikis. I mostly did a lot of the writing on the game, and then some of the quality of life for like in the game now you can see how many burgage plots are occupied, partially full or totally full. Little things like that. That do help actually when you're building, but yeah, just small things. And they were good for me to learn like a bit of coding and how to get the UI up and running properly myself. But since then, additional designers and extra, there's like AI programmers and loads of people on it now. And it's great, but there's not much for me to do. I'm quite a junior level programmer. There's more advanced people working on all these things. And then there's like quite an experienced designer that's on board now. Because to be quite frank, Greg just didn't really like several of my ideas for certain things. And he always wanted to bring on more people. It wasn't like I'm not being replaced or anything yet. But yeah, he was like, yeah, let's bring someone else in and see what they think. And now we're all kind of like working on different ideas. And then he has historians in now verifying these ideas that we've got for how we should be able to progress. Let them taking so long here. I'm just trying to gauge this one. I think it's there. I made the same mistake. When it's the one on the far side, I can never remember how far up I have to go. There, I think. But yeah, at the moment, not much. But once a few new things are in place, then I'll have loads to do. So I'm just kind of waiting on that. It's like some of the new stuff that he's teased in the latest developer blog. It's like there's castle planning and things like that. But then I'll be doing a lot of the UI, or I'll come in and try to help with like the tutorials and setting that stuff up. Just little things like that. And we're trying to figure out the development tree and how you progress. Once I had a big idea for it, I really liked my idea for that. And a few people did really like it, but Greg didn't ultimately. So it's like, okay, we're not going to go with that. And that's fine. But once we do settle on an idea, then we have to like populate it. So I'll probably come up with like a few things that will populate that tree and stuff like that, you know. Yeah, when Greg asked me to join, it was just as a writer. He just wanted me to do some writing. Because I had given him some feedback beforehand, because he'd asked for it. Anyway, then when he learned that I could actually code and I'd worked on games before, he was like, and after our like little talk and stuff, I guess he liked some of those ideas too. And he was like, yeah, do you want to be a designer? I was like, sure. So then I like learned Unreal, or started learning it, and got familiar with his code base and stuff like that. And that's when I started adding more things. So there's a few things from my design ideas that are in there. Like food spoilage is one, and more of the quality of life stuff. And then I did all the balance. Not all the balance, but the balance of the economy so far. In terms of how you build and what you get out of buildings and stuff. That's mostly me now. So yeah. 3x3 rail is all you need for 90-degree turns. But they're not fully 90 degree. One's on the outside track and one's on the inside. I mean, and it is 90 degree, but they need to not overlap each other. So one has to be pulled further over than the other, I think. At least that's what it feels like. You're probably right that it's 3x3, but I'm just getting confused at where I'm starting from, I think, ultimately. Yeah, I'm a designer and writer on Manor Lords. I've been since June of last year. But I'm just like, there's no full-time employees. There's just, at least I don't think so. It's just contract workers. I still don't know how to count it. So it has to be here, I think. See, that's not right, because it's blocking this one. That's I guess that's ultimately what I mean. Like, oh, I'm coming too far over. That's where it needs to be, but that's not going to work either. Damn. Maybe it wasn't too far over. Or it's here. Alright, here we go. Best way is to set 2 anchor points and let the game do the curve. Is that... I don't know how to do that. I'm back, hey coach. Coach on mobile. Alright, we're going to ride around this full loop just to make sure that it's totally clear, and then we can tick that off. Then we have to build the foundations of the location for the actual factory. Decide where we're going to build it. Oh, that's cool. You can see the inside now as well from this mod. That's awesome that you can actually see inside. That's really cool. Sorry, I don't have a hover pack. I can't really get the angle right, but yeah, it's cool. Can't see myself in there though. Oh, right. Bring one track from one direction, the other from the other, and then let it... Yeah, yeah. Good point. Okay. I'll remember that one. That tree, that's pretty obvious as well. So much wood now. Fuel for the biofuel factory, although I don't do anything with the biofuel yet. We don't send it to trucks. It'd be great to power... Oh, we don't have trucks here. I was going to say, great to power these trucks, but these are trains. Alright, nice. Nice, simple little track. I have the things for doing the stilts, but I think we've spent long enough on this rail. Maybe I'll do that some on my own, or next stream we'll go around it. This is the pop-in I'm talking about, where it comes in and goes away and then comes back. Just bugged. Not a big deal. Aside from putting 600 fluid into a Mark II pipe, tracks are probably the biggest PIA in the game. Pain in the ass. Yeah, placing tracks is a pain. It is nice once they're down, though. Wish we could go faster. Like a bullet train upgrade, you know? It's like it has to take, I don't know, some sort of fuel, but it goes faster. Or it just draws way more power. Like throw a sloop into it. Yeah, that'd be cool. All the other vehicles, no, there's no interior on the other vehicles. This is a mod that lets us sit inside the train here. The other vehicles, you're always in third person. So the other track is going to be for doing coal, picking up coal from various places, but we won't do that today. That'll be later, next week. Alright, so just, as far as I can tell, just 2 more things left to clear once we turn this corner. Maybe this one as well. What time is it? 10 to 9. I mean, I know not everyone plays strategy games, but just even the idea of that, I'm not looking for... It's just an idea, so you don't have to be, like, blowing smoke up my ass. But that idea of, like, a Roman-ish Anno game, compared to a Rome type... A map game. I think that'd be good. Like, imagine it might be 2D, or at least basic 3D. I would want to... Like, I don't like polygonal-looking games, so I would want it to look good on the map at the very least. And if it was just from the map's perspective, that's quite doable even for a small developer. So I remember looking at the game, I think it's by Shiro Games. Can't remember what it's called, but you're on like this overworld and there's turn-based battles, but just on the overworld. I was like, that is exactly what I want the map to look like. In fact, I might just actually see if I can bring it up. But I'm just curious, that interests people? Or is it like, nah, not really? Shiro Games. I'm not even holding anything and that train's still just moving. That come up when I type in this. Dune Spice Wars was one of the games they made. And they're making a crazy new game as well, actually. War Tales, I think it was called. I think it's interesting. Is the next anno going to be Roman? It is, actually, yeah. I was like, that's what I would want the map to look like. That kind of map. And be fairly large. Like a map of Europe. Forget about the zoomed in things, but just that when I played on that overworld, I was like, that is like almost exactly what I'd want. Anyway. Or even better, but you know. Just trying to set some sort of a realistic expectation of what you could do. I was just in Japan, and those bullet trains are incredible. 180, yeah, I'd love to go on that one day. Rosie's not a fan of, she's vegan, and she doesn't like fish. So it's like, I don't know if I could ever really go, unless I just went on a boys' trip. Just doesn't have much of an interest in going to Japan. She wants to go other places, but not there. So yeah, maybe I'll see if I can get a friend to go. I have two friends, but one of my friends went a few years ago, so maybe if he wants to go again, tag along. Yeah, I agree. War Tales is fun. I liked it. I only ever played it in early access. Never played it when it came out. Alright, that's it. Clearing the forest, at least for the track. We have to kind of clear it for the actual foundations. We'll put that in as part of the foundations milestone. We did it. Now, I suppose we also need to figure out the other stations, but we could do that later. It'd be nice just to plot where the actual factory is going to go now. So, using this mod, cartograph. What is it called again? Yeah, cartograph. Got a broad idea of where we're at. Forget this isn't part of it. But that'll be our station. We'll need another station somewhere down here. And where's the other one? Oh, the other one will be over here. But the factory could go anywhere. This seemed like the most open place. And what we need is, machine count wise, you know, room for about 70 refineries on the same floor. But a big place to bring in a big train area. We'll need now 3 separate lines, don't we? Yeah. Ugh. That was the... If we built one big train, you wouldn't need that, but we're not doing that. The only way to build one big train still at this point would be to add on 13 more freight carriages. And that just seems like a lot. So there'd be a huge station here, another big one down here, or here, another one there. But it is a lot, I agree. And we voted. I'm not going to go back on the vote. So yeah, 60-ish refineries, 60 water extractors. I wonder could we fit that many water extractors in this lake? Probably not. Probably in the water down here and pump it all up, I think is what I said I'd probably do. Maybe you could have some here and pump it across, utilize multiple places if it's needed. Or overclock them. You only need about 20 if you overclocked it. Or 30. Alright, so a place where we can have at least 3 lanes of stations, and then a 4 lane really, because we need one for coal. And the coal is in a similar situation. We need 4,000 coal. So we'll be picking that up in the same way. That would probably need another lane as well. So we'll need a really wide bottom for all the rail that's coming in. I think, yeah, somewhere here, and maybe the rail can split off before going in and then come back out. Train some water in. I've always wanted to do that. Bring water in from the ocean on a big freight train on fluid carriages. I did that in Update 7, or I wanted to, and everyone in the comments were like, don't do that, it's such a waste. And I'm like, yeah, but it'd be really fun. giant water train. And it was going to have like 30 carriages, so I was like, yeah, it's a bit silly. But, I don't know, but that's the fun of the game, I guess. Sorry, yeah, so turning on the resources, that's what I need to do. So, 1, 2, 3. These two could be a station maybe just over here. These 3 could be a station maybe even here. And then maybe the entrance... it's a shame you can't just go straight in. Yeah, entrance could be just somewhere here. I guess we'll just start building the foundations out this way. And then remove all the trees. It's going to be at this height. I know we're quite high up. But we'll have things below. This is just the train floor. The things below are going to be like all the water coming in and the piping and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I'm not doing that now. They're not doing a water train in this world. Maybe somewhere else, but not up here. It's too far from the ocean. It's like the furthest point from any ocean. I was actually tempted in my desert series. There's all big ocean out to the right and a big cliff. It's like, oh, I'd love to pump it up in a big pumping station and then drive it in with a train rather than use another long pipeline, because I've already done that. So it's like, maybe something different, but I'll think about it. And this is world grid, right? Make sure. Stop it. Hitting me. Yeah. Cool. Alright, just making sure. I won't get rid of him yet. It's just a distraction. And with the big zoop we have, this can be done pretty quick now, actually. I'll just do a concrete floor to start, and we can change it if it needs to be. 2 meters as well, be fine. Concrete do I have? Not much. I guess I don't have to worry about it being flat, considering we're just building over a lot of the terrain. Not all of it, though. Alright. Are we happy with this? Just some giant paving? I think that's the way it's going to be. We just decide where to go in and out. Room for the pipes and stuff to go under. Mega water drop export or drone. That'd be funny. Yeah, doing it by drone would be weird. Packaging it all up and flying water in. That'd be weird. Into the desert would kind of make sense. Alright, cool. Did it. Yeah, not fitting 56 extractors over there, that's for sure. Alright, just chop what I can until I run out of inventory space, and I'll drop this in the biofuel factory. Remember, this is just the train floor, so above this is where the... or out to the side somewhere, if you want to build it long. Where the refineries are going to be. Certainly with water, it makes sense to try and not bring it up even higher. Do I have to see the cave biofactory again? We could go back there. Oh yeah. Sorry, I was getting confused. Sorry, I meant the... I thought you meant the sand fluctuator cave that we just did yesterday. But yeah, the biofuel factory will bring all this stuff down too soon. I don't even think I have the space for it down there. You get way too focused on design or getting distracted by literally anything else. Yeah, no, I get that. That's why cosmetics are dangerous. You can spend so long on that. So it's best to just... well, I don't want to say it's best. Everyone could do whatever they want, but I find for me it's best just to try and keep the cosmetics really simple. Like, okay, it just needs walls and a roof and some lights. And we'll paint some materials and paint some machines. That's it. And that even that takes a long time. But like doing all the stuff people do with like getting really crazy, building like circular domes and stuff, and it's like, no man. I'd love it if I could do it easily in the game, but it just takes way too much time away. Ow. It's unfair. You just run away. My God. He's back. One down, or two down, one to go. Hog ran away again. Oh no, he didn't. Jiggle physics. Am I right, guys? Alright, a little bit more to clear. I don't like clearing it all. I guess actually I will be building down here, so you should just clear it all. Although I'm out now. Alright, I've got to make a run. Get rid of this stuff. I just built an aluminum factory this morning. Congrats, this is going to take me many days, because it's a really big one. Good job, man. Funny, you can see the little modded compartment build first. Alright, we're gonna make a quick dash down to the liquid biofuel factory, which is down here. So we'll just ride the rail down there, launch out of it or something. Get to here maybe, I guess. We'll just hop across. How much of everything are you gonna be making? Can't remember the exact number of the scrap that... well, actually, I could just have a look really quickly while this is driving. 8,280 solution. And then for scrap, I believe it's 360 times 34. Whatever that is. 360 times 34.5. I'll have a look when I get out. Can't use the calculator while being in this thing. So it's all the bauxite that's in the pink forest. 8640. 8640. I feel like it's more than that. I could be wrong though. $360 times 34.5. It's 12,420. Yeah, there we go. No, it's times 34.5. Yeah. Is that 1-to-1 with alternate recipe? So I'm using sloppy alumina. So the alumina solution that comes out of each refinery goes into each refinery exactly. It's 240 solution out and 240 solution in. You need to provide coal or petroleum coke, depending on what recipe you want to use there. We're kind of debating which one to use. So that's why I'm a little unsure about how much scrap exactly, but it's probably that number. Oop. Well, the question of how much is needed. How much of anything is needed? How much iron do you need? You tell me. You could make 100 ore per minute and still beat the game if you had enough time. I beat the game in, what was it, 250 hours I think that last save was? That's the first time I beat it. And I probably did it with, I think, 3 nodes of bauxite. Now I'm choosing to build in a different world, like 10 nodes of bauxite. Do I need it? I didn't need it before. I only needed 3, and even then I built too much. We had way too much casing and aluminum alclad left over. So it's as much as you think you need, I guess, depending on how much time you're willing to invest in building the thing, how fast you want to make the thing. I guess. I want to see this place running. Always happens. Visioner, thank you so much. Gifting a membership. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you. And it went to Andrew Helm Camp. Alright, we got some extra space. Too much of this stuff. It only gets used as my jetpack, so we were saying that, like, you could build a lift that just goes through the water and build a drone port upstairs, or just bring this out somewhere else by the belts that come in and then ship it somewhere. One or the other. So that we can actually use it in trucks and stuff. Because it would be nice to actually make use of it. Now that it's all being slooped and everything again. Oh, thanks, Visioner. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. I agree, Jay. That's the way to do it. Keep it lean and mean early on, and then build big when if you feel like you want to and have more time. Little Eclipse builds leave me feeling disappointed in my own work. I don't think I've ever seen any of them. The only thing I've seen from bits as well is like his really long railway. Yeah, I just haven't seen them. How much longer are you streaming? Probably about 20 minutes. This one full. That's full. This one's gaining. That one's filling as it's empty. Yeah, yeah. Cool. That was the old color cartridge machine. And no recipe set anymore. Alright, cool. Just wanted to dump that material here. Still got too much. Might have to just make another container next to it. I don't know if mycelia gets made here or turned into biomass. I think so. There's only like 4 options left for us to get now. Alright, cool. Can we bail? Take some of this with me. Assuming you want to make 10 per minute of each of the 4 endgame phase 4 space elevator parts, you need 21,200 copper ore, 10,500 iron ore, nearly 10,000 crude oil, nearly 9,000 or 8,500 coal, 3,000 limestone, 3,000 deuterium, 3,000 water. Well, there you go. That's interesting. Yeah, I guess if you use calculator websites, you could just set the rate that you want at the end. What did I make? I made 1 ballistic warp drive per minute. That was it. That was enough. You only need 250, so it's like, yeah, cool. 3 hours, whatever. 6, 12, 18. 4 hours. Just about. And the game's done. Bit late today, what'd you miss? I can show you. We're just about to have a look at it. We've done one thing on the to-do list, which is clear a forest, but really what I did was build a rail line in that forest. And we're just heading back up to it now. Turned around, I lost my momentum. I'll see you later, Thought. Thought Handler is such a great name. Sorry that I don't know if you were here earlier, but I didn't see you. Hey, Stockfist made it back. Whoop. Ah. Why'd the scream? I wonder if you can play this on a Steam Deck. You can, yeah. There's in the Satisfactory Reddit, someone was like, oh, I beat the game on Steam Deck. Whether or not they actually did that, who knows? But they were playing it on Steam Deck. You could see it. I played it on a laptop, like a not so great laptop, so I don't see why it wouldn't work on Steam Deck. And I played it with the controller. Steam has a really cool feature that they introduced 4 years ago, I think, or something around then, where they added support for PlayStation controllers and other third-party controllers, and then just let the community make their own mappings for every game. So if you plug a controller in, you get this other screen that pops up and says like, oh, you can view the controller mappings the community have upvoted. And every game has one, so it's like, it assumes it basically translates the input of whatever controller you have to like WASD, looking around, that kind of thing. And I guess they did it in preparation for them doing a Steam Deck. They needed to have a controller input for every game, so that's probably why it happened. I need to try, don't have a PC. Yeah, I mean, this game, I don't think it would look very good on a Steam Deck. But it would, I think it would work, as far as I know. As far as I know, it's listed as like, there's 3 things, right? Verified, so everything works, it's great. Almost working, but not all functionality, and then there's one there, it's like, don't do this. And I think it's in that middle category where it's like, some things are going to be a little awkward, but you can play the game and beat it, like, or get through it. It's just that you might have to like, use the touchpad as a mouse sometimes for certain things, that kind of thing. It actually says, based on whatever the game is, so we could just check. Playable. This is different depending on the game. Like, the playable status is the same, but the information... So, some functionality is not accessible when using the default controller configuration, requiring use of the touchscreen or virtual keyboard or a community config. Yeah, so just use a community config, that's fine. The game sometimes shows mouse, keyboard, or non-Steam Deck controller icons. That's fine as well. Entering some text requires manually invoking the on-screen keyboard. Right, so there's like, you can press 2 buttons together to make the keyboard appear on Steam Deck. So the game, maybe when you open the calculator, doesn't do it automatically, so you have to press those buttons to bring it up. Some in-game text is small and may be difficult to read, and the game requires manual configuration of graphic settings. Yeah, there's no preset. But now that there's DLSS and stuff, it's like, yeah, just throw it down on low or medium and throw some DLSS on and hope for the best. But I do worry about, like, if you start building really big, frame rate's just going to get worse and worse. Am I going to celebrate Pi Day, the 14th of March? No, I celebrate, and celebrate's the wrong word, but the Ides of March. Speaking of Roman strategy games, right? And if you know, you know. You should know. But no, I don't really like math, so Pi Day can suck it, as far as I'm concerned. Although I am interested in astronomy and physics and stuff, and it obviously comes up a lot. Yeah, the community mappings are the way to go. Alright, so this is what I did. We built this rail line. So it's oh yeah, we're using a couple extra mods today as well. So one of them is this one's called Cartograph or Cartograph. It's so funny that I always want to say cartographer, but it just drops the ER. So, but saying cartograph doesn't sound right. It's cartograph, whatever. Anyway, we can see what we've done. So this is the rail line. It goes around all the bauxite here. So if we turn this on, we can see 1, 2, 3. These are going to feed into this one. 1, 2, 3. They'll feed into one maybe down here or on the side. Doesn't really matter. And then these two can maybe feed to one like here. This is where trains are going to pull in. These foundations that we've just built here. Funny, it looks like on this map we could go way further over, but I thought there was stuff in the way. It might be that circle thing I was thinking of there. And this is just for the train to pull in, but yeah, probably above this is where we'll build refineries or to the side. Oh, I guess it's this. Yeah. Yeah, so we could go further across if we need to. But anyway, so for this, the trains are going to be aiming this way. We need many lanes. I need at least 5. Possibly 6. So I feel like we'll just go with 6 to be safe. I'm just doing the foundations and clearing the remaining bits of forest here. But yeah, we can just clear this last little bit. I just wanted to empty my inventory that time. Oh, just leave me alone. Just let me destroy your forest in peace. And then underneath here, this is where we're going to handle all the pipes and water that's coming in, and pumping stations, all that kind of stuff. Although arguably it'll already have the head lift it needs by the time it gets here. But it still needs an underfloor place to be handled. Think you might need 6? Well, I know I need 3 for bauxite. And the bauxite numbers are so much higher than the coal. It makes me think if I need 3 for bauxite, I probably only need 2 for coal. Sorry. Leaving room for 8? Yeah. Actually, you're not wrong, because we'll send stuff out of here. And I don't even know how much. Like, what the extent of this place will do. Am I just shipping the ingots out? The casing? The alclad? Whatever else we make? I have no idea. So you're right. Probably should leave room for additional tracks and stations that can be the export side. Or if we end up deciding, we'll bring more stuff in here. I don't have to clear everything, just the ones that are poking through the ceiling. You get so much wood out of these things as well when they're in clusters. What do we got? 600, 700 wood. What's the most basic supercomputer recipe? No, you'd have to check the wiki. I only have this one at the moment. Obviously, I've had them all in the other playthrough, but I don't know off the top of my head. The wiki's great for that. Just type satisfactorywiki.gg and you'll see all the recipes that a supercomputer makes or is needed for, and also how you get it. And I think when it comes to supercomputers, it's nothing that basic for it. I think there's only 3 recipes. Oh, we just saw actually. Yeah, there is like only 3. Bio coal, sure. Now we can turn it into fuel. Other fuel. You've chosen the best place for aluminum ingot production. It's where I did mine. The nearby oil makes it perfect for electrode alternate. Yeah, so we were saying, so people have brought that up, but I don't have a resource well pressurizer. So we're just going to use coal. But I'm too early in the game for that. I need aluminum to advance the next milestones. Or you could buy it all with tickets, I guess. Maybe we'll have a look. I won't be doing that today anyway, but yeah, maybe it'll be worth buying a ticket just for that. Yeah, there's a lot of coal up here, so that's good too. But I think the yield is higher, isn't it? From the one that you mentioned, electrode. Did I spell this wrong? Why is solution not appearing? What am I doing wrong? Okay, whatever. Just alumina solution. Alumina solution. I see. Anyways, electrode scrap. So you skip over the step of having to make. Oh no, you don't. Sorry, I'm thinking of the instant scrap recipe. So for 180 in, you get 300 out. What's that ratio? I'm not very good at math. So is it 300 divided by 180? 1.66 recurring? Or 360 divided by 240? 1.5. Oh, so you do get more with this, yeah? Or am I looking at the wrong way around? I don't know. You'll have to tell me. I'm not very smart. It's like for 18 you get 30. For 24 you get 36. What's better though? I don't know. I'm not very smart. Yield is higher? Okay then. But yeah, be interesting to change it later when we do get the thing. Because it still just uses refineries, so not that much would have to change. The really nice thing about using this is it's 240 in, and this is 240 out, which is what we're using. So it's just like one refinery right into the next one. I quite like that for the simplicity of it. But it would be nice to use the one that gives us the higher yield. Excuse me. $12 to 18 or 12 to 20. Thank you. Alright, there we go. Clean. Almost clean. Just a little bit on the sides. We'll just start laying out the tracks though, because I don't know how far necessarily we have to go over. Can I get rid of this now? Yeah. It's just powering the radar towers. Those two need to be removed. I wish you could get like a cluster and obelisk, but it drops all the stuff on the ground. Or puts it into your inventory somehow. Alright man, there we go. So we'll start on this side. I wanted to give some distance to the rail line, but I don't know how much I should give. I've done 6 I think, is it? 2, 3. Just in case I need to build something else, but I guess we can go all the way to there. I'll leave some space around for the first one. And the bauxite is rolling around this way, so I'd like it to come in from this direction. So this will be the end point. We need a lot of space with each of these because of where it has to go, which is... It could go down under actually, which would be good because we do have all that space up below, and move it over to where it needs to, or it could go up. Going up with the bauxite means that we have to bring water even higher, and the likelihood is that we're going to be bringing the water in from the lake down here. The lake is free. There's just something built over it at the moment. So bring that up through the waterfall. And I think we need like 14 or 16 pipelines or something. So yeah, it's all to be considered. So each one of these needs 7 behind it. If they need to move a little bit, so be it. That's bauxite number 1. Then we have bauxite number 2. Yeah, we do need a lot of these. This is crazy. Maybe I should go closer. I like having a gap. It's okay. We'll make it work. We definitely need room here for all of this to come out, so I'll have to leave at least 2 foundations to work with. We go back in the center of this one. Do it again, right? Explosive rebar, but you don't keep it. That's all. You can throw obelisks, but you don't keep any of this stuff. You see all the nodes also in the cartograph mod. No. Yeah, you don't. If you have radar towers, you can see things. I don't think this mod allows you to see like locations of summer sloops or anything like that, unless there's a category for it. Sloop? No, I don't think so. I think it's just what you've built. By the way, if you're using this mod, it takes a while. Up in the top right, you'll see that it's building the map. And it took me like 30 minutes for the first time. But then it opens pretty quick after you make changes. Like if you turn something off, it has to rebuild. But it's cool. You like see it almost like in a time lapse, building everything. I love that. It just looks awesome the way it's doing it. And the roads, like, I don't know what the order is. I guess it's from bottom to top, I think. Layer by layer. But it just looks super cool doing it. Anyway. Oh, these are fluid? Whoa, whoops. I don't know if anyone said that, but yeah, my bad. One, two, three, four, five, six. Yep. Need more concrete. Sorry to disturb, but can you check the Satisfactory channel on Discord really quick when you have a sec? I can do it on my phone. Whoops. Have to wait for concrete to gain anyway. Although we've got a big container full of it, actually I should just run out there and get it. Why are you saying, huh? Oh, because you've just built the space elevator and you only need... You need 50 smart plating? I don't know what I'm looking at, I guess. It's a screenshot of the space elevator, which looks fully complete when you look up at it. But in the top right, it says objective, 50 smart plating. So I don't know if you're at the start of the game or at the end of the game and that's appeared. I didn't mean to make a fluid platform. It meant to be regular. Oh, did you say that as a joke? You might have said it as a joke, because I did say... Did nobody say that? So I just have to drive down to the end of this. There's a ton of concrete down there. I'm just going to pick that up. I have some coming into the inventory, but obviously we're using a lot. Already finished the game? Yeah, that's interesting that you have an objective. We'll see what happens if you can... Can you feed the space elevator? Try it. But yeah, I don't have that, obviously. Not sure. Oh, it'd be cool to load the cartograph map of the other stream world, just to see it. Although it would probably take ages to load, I guess. Can you explain to me, what videos are connecting, like a series? You have your live stream. I can explain it very easily, and I'll show you how in just one sec. Just one sec, when I hop out of here. Alright, let me explain. Alright, cool. Playlists. Playlists on YouTube will will show you the way. So, at the moment, in Satisfactory Live, the Enlightenment world, that's what this world was called. This is a continuation, I suppose, of the Update 8th Let's Play. So, I don't expect people to know that, but you should just know that this ended 7 or 8 months ago. And now I'm picking it up in here. The Desert Let's Play, its own thing. So far, 10 videos. In order. The Northern Forest start. This was when Satisfactory 1.0 first came out. So it started when 1.0 just released, and then there was 38 streams, and I beat the game. So this was always the stream world. Now we have a new stream world because I beat the game, which is a continuation of an old series. But the Desert series is untouched and is just a video series. So hopefully that makes some sense. Oh, no worries. Yeah, it's all good. Smart plating are building up in the space elevator, but I don't have a seal send button. Yeah, I was able to put more ballistic warp drives into the space elevator, and I was so annoyed because each one's 2 million points. 16 of them are just sitting in there, and you can't get them out. I guess if you delete the elevator, maybe they come out. I wonder if it's like infinite storage in there. Yeah, I think that would happen either way, even if you had an objective. Is the objective ticking up, though? In the top right. A gap of 2 again. Oh. Oh, it's facing the wrong way. Alright, that's the third one. So we need potentially 2 more, at least as input stations. Maybe somewhere else on this line there'll be output stations. This was the different... We could have had one big long train. Now I'm missing wire. Fuck me. Alright. Buffers are needed? Oh yeah. We can fit the buffers. Good thing I left a gap of 2. Ultimately, like, what's going to come out is just going to go down, and then it comes out on the left. So yeah, the buffers, that's the reason I left the gap of 2. I'll be back on Wednesday to continue this. We'll be, I guess, just really just building a lot then, now that the infrastructure is sort of in place. That's good. That's good. But, damn, I was going to say something. I just completely went blank. The reason I brought that up. Like, thinking of what we'll be doing next. I guess it doesn't matter. And then deciding what comes out of each one. And then these are just going to go down. Yeah. We'll pave up the underground. I'll go and, as I do with every stream, get more spheres so that I can just speed up our upload speed. Maybe connect some concrete into multiple depots, because it's obviously taking ages. Weren't you going to do 7 carriages per train? People keep saying that, but it was always 6. It was, when I mentioned the word 7, it was including the engine at the front. But I'm starting to doubt myself now that multiple people have said it. But I think that's what I meant. Like, including the engine at 7. 6, 12, 18. There's 18... We decided that it had to be across 19 in total carriages. So there was 20 for the big train, including the engine. But then we've broken it down now to 6, 12, 18. I know that's one short, but that's just the impure one, so we can just put that into one of the normal nodes. I think it'd be fine. The poll was for 6? Really? Is there a way I can check that? I could go back in my own stream and check it. Oh, the poll was for 6. Sorry, that's correct. Yes. Yeah. Good. Thank you. Build one more. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. Get the hover pack. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So that we can actually fly and do the proper machine building, so I don't have to keep hovering around the place, or you know, floating up and down constantly. Oh man. Alright, so these are all set to load? Yeah. We all unload by default, please. No, it is load. Sorry, the train... No, the train is unloading. The station is loading, but the train will unload. And then just that side over there, obviously. But yeah, we're waiting on wire to build up. It's only building at 30 per minute, so it's just slow. 3 minutes just to be able to build one. Now, I guess we could just do the best belt speed I have. Just connect these for now anyway, and then I'll probably call it there for today. Continue this on Wednesday. So, foundations, train, logistics floor, that's where I was at. So yeah, still technically haven't done the foundations for everything yet. They have to be done downstairs. Train logistics floor is going to need at least 5, but probably like actually closer to 8 like that person was saying, depending on the output. We could just save the space for the output, we don't have to actually build it. I'll need help then connecting these rails into the main rail network, because I'm not going to remember how that works. Man, my frame rate's really bad doing that for some reason. Oh. Don't forget the train station names. Yeah, I don't know what we'll call them yet. That's my bauxite orange. I kind of like the idea of just doing like a kind of a white for the aluminum and then a bauxite kind of color like orange. Nice clean factory look to it. You know, like very clean. And if we reverse that, we can have the belts be orange. Yeah, oh my god, yeah, the frame rate doing these, jeez. Mark IV belts are having an issue. Recall seeing that before, but okay. I know that sometimes painting certain things could be glitchy, but jeez, that's rough. Alright, here we go. Alright, this whole episode was just building the rail line, getting the stations in place. We did something else earlier on as well. I kind of looked around some things, I guess. I think we built something else somewhere, but anyway, doesn't really matter. But next week, Wednesday, finish off this station. That'll be all the stations then needed for bauxite. Remember, the one thing about this factory that needs to be pointed out is we're building it early. Like, we won't be able to turn it on completely fully until we get Mark III miners. Then we get our full 1200 per minute, and we obviously need that belt. But we're still obviously going to run it before then. It'll be about, like, downclocking it to, like, 50% probably. Power is also a bit of a concern, but we're building for the future. I was just wondering, but would it not work to use awesome sinks in order to have the belts keep on moving and not causing things to clog? Might be a bit of a convoluted solution. That's exactly what people use them for. Yeah, awesome things are to stop machines stop starting, basically. Allow you to send your overflow into things to keep everything running. And then you get stuff for it. You get tickets. You use that for cosmetics or whatever. Bragging rights, I guess. Yeah, so totally. That's what they're for. I do that all the time, everywhere. Oh, for the train stations? No, you wouldn't do that here. No. That'd be a waste. You do it at the end product, not at any of the base products. Only ever put awesome things at your end of the chain. Really. The numbers that we're using, we're going to use all of this. That's the idea. So there's 6,900 bauxite. And we'll have 6,900 water. They're 1-to-1 in a recipe called Sloppy Alumina. Right, so not that one. This one. 200 in, 200 in gives you 240 out. So this 6,900 will use all of it. There shouldn't be any reason for an awesome sync to pull off from this one. But in order to keep all of these running and all the miners running, everything ticking, like, yeah, it would make sense to maybe put one here or at the next chain, because I don't know what we're going to do with this yet. But if we wanted just to have the trains, well, the trains wouldn't stop anyway, but have everything running, continuously going, making all this and just feed 8,000. The problem with these numbers is we need so many belts. The belt work is going to be insane. Like how dividing it all up. I need to know. What I need to know is, like, we're going to have to say, like, this is group A, group B, and group C. So then we know that when the radar towers aren't online right now, but there's group A over here, group B over here, and group C over here. So then I need to go like, okay, there's 1,200 per minute going into carriage A, B, and C, because we have to divide it by 3 carriages. This 1,200 per minute is too high to go into a carriage that only holds 36 slots. It's only 3,600. So it would take 4 minutes for that to fill. But the train's going to take longer than 4 minutes to get in here, so we have to carve it up. Carving it up twice into 2 stations means that, yeah, okay, you'll get 8 minutes of time, right? But we'll carve it up into 3 carriages, and that'll buy us a lot more time. I feel like we don't get 12 minutes though. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But yeah, so 1,200 per minute is going to break into 1 splitter and go 3 into 3 carriages. And then I'll have to make sure, I need to know what goes into each one, because that's the number that will be coming out. So not all miners are pure, some will be regulars. So I'll be like, okay, this is a 400 per minute, this is a 200 per minute, this is a whatever. And then they can merge or not, depending on how we want to do things. Then underneath this floor, they're all going to, we'll figure that out on the underneath floor. Bring it over to another area somewhere over here. Maybe that's where we'll do all of the water stuff and make all the refineries. I do think we'll probably do that upstairs, but maybe downstairs we'll reorganize things, and then at the back or something where there's a gap, send stuff up. One problem with building these here, I guess I'm just thinking of now, is the water is going to be coming in from this side. So this would have been the ideal place for the refineries. Maybe the trains could have been further down. Ah, well, whatever. I think it's okay. The water could just come up. It's not a big deal. Depending on where we do it. Anyway, that's a lot of information. But yeah, so... Oh yeah, we built the ammo and things like that. Yeah, thank you. Forgot about that. Yeah. So yeah, so anyway, it's a complicated endeavor. And I don't know why I'm over-explaining it. You didn't ask this, and I'm just generally talking to everybody. But yeah, so the idea is that we carve up all the miners into all these stations. So in total, there's 8 miners. There's only 8 miners, but there's 18 carriages. So it's all about like figuring out what goes where, keeping track of it, and then making sure they all go into the right machines and merge onto the right belts or whatever. So that'll be fun, as long as we stay organized. And then water is in a similar sort of situation, because it's 200 into each machine, which if we used 600 pipe, right, a Mark II pipe with 600 on it, it's very easy, right? Just goes into 3 machines. Love it. But there's issues with 600 pipes, and I don't want to deal with issues anymore. Or deal with the unknowable. Like, are we going to have an issue? Do I have to loop them? You know, it's too much. So, especially because we have to build a big tower. So I'm thinking we'll probably do 400 per pipeline. So every pipeline goes into 2 machines, but it does increase the amount of pipes we have. 6,900 water divided by 400. So you need like 18 pipelines or thereabouts. A lot of pipelines, a lot of pumps. A lot of stuff, a lot of effort. That would definitely be benefited from a big blueprint, for sure. That's a good thing with that. The rail line, unfortunately, couldn't really be connected. But pipes we can... I mean, pipes you can't make them connect, but we could do segments and just connect the individual mini segments. So it would be much quicker. And we wouldn't need that much. We'll just be building it up this waterfall. So that's all. That's what we're going to do next week. So a lot of moving parts next week. This was a lot of, like, figuring out what the numbers are, where we're going to build, doing a rail line or trucks. I was initially going to do trucks, but just realizing the throughput is so high. It's like, well, we could never do trucks. It's just not... It's not good enough. But underneath this factory is clear for all that water. This is the only bit of water I use, so we'll just grab all of that. We'll bring it up these waterfalls and feed it in. It's gonna be great. And then I have to build these stilts underneath these, which isn't too bad. I just needed a bit more material to do it. We did it further down. It looks decent. The train line will look good, especially when the trains are moving around. All right, well, anyway, that's gonna be it. Stream 2 in the bag. Thanks for all the support. Appreciate that. Especially the 50 gifted subs, but even everyone else's contributions as well. Really, really do appreciate it, and especially just people hanging out. I know it's only 2 streams a week, but to see the same people show up every week means a lot, so thank you. And I'll try to get more videos out. I'm doing the best I can. And thanks for listening to my rants about game ideas and random things like that. Appreciate it. When I say appreciate, I really do appreciate it. Like, it means a lot, so thank you. Republic Roblox of Indonesia. I'm heading off, unfortunately, so you've just caught the end of the stream. But good to see you. Whoa, my chat's so active. Oh yeah, have a great weekend if I don't see you. Have some good food, you know? Take care of yourself out there. I want to go out and have some food somewhere. Even just like a pizza, something. Alright, that'll be it for me. Thank you very much for hanging out. I'll be back Wednesday, Thursday. Expect a new video, hopefully early in next week, maybe at the weekend if I'm good. The next one for the desert, just to not to linger too long, but people are asking what the next one's going to be. Whatever I'm building next is going to take a while, so I'll probably break that into multiple videos, and know that from the beginning, which will help. So I'll be like, okay, I'm going to do the X and Y this video, and then I'll do the A and the B in this other video, the 1 and the 2 in the other video. Get me? So yeah, so. Because I was thinking like building a nice big iron factory and maybe using a train to bring the ore in from the desert, but I wouldn't be able to do it all in one. So knowing that beforehand would help. With the liquid biofuel factory and the... What was the other one? Oh, the motor, the turbo fuel. I didn't know... Well, the turbo fuel factory, I didn't know it would be 2 videos, so it's easier to get them out quicker if you know that beforehand. Alright, so we'll see. We'll see. No promises, I guess. Alright, that's going to be it for me. Thank you very much for hanging out. And I'll put the mods in the description, hopefully, when the video goes live a little later. And I'll reiterate playlists. Check the playlists to know where we're at as well. Stuff like that in future. Alright, good night. Have a great weekend. Thanks for the support. Appreciate y'all. Join my Discord if you want to hang out and talk with me or ask questions as well. I'm always in there. Discord.gg/WDP. Bye-bye.